Hey everybody, it's Sam Triple here, and I want to tell you about my new project. It's called the Chaos Twins. We have an Indiegogo fundraiser for this comic book series about two twin girls with special powers who move to a new neighborhood and battle the forces of evil, the deep state, the Babylonians, the secret societies that are ruining everything. It's a comic book now, but we hope to turn it into a special animation. Just go to chaostwins.com. Help out. We got one.
In the deep they lurk, like twisted water dogs. In shadows they smirk, down in the rivers, out in the seas. Masters of the deep, dolphin mysteries. Bottlenose freaks, short beaks in the night. Humpback shadows, pygmies out of sight. All the dolphins, you know it's true. Rolling deep in the ocean blue. Stripes and spots, they rule the tide. Water dogs of the deep, they don't hide. In the river's grip, seas endless bounty. Ruling the waves, dolphin Illuminati. Praised by Romans, gods to the Greeks. Underwater rulers, the power peaks. In ocean depths, their counts to 6. Dolphins in the dark, never calling it quits. Strike they spotted in the sea's domain. Aquatic dogs in their own insane lane. Through rivers they ride, seas they roam. In the ocean depths, they make their home.
Well, I talk about insanity, which is what's going on in your mind, and outside, which is where you communicate with those outside. As you know, if you give too much of your insanity, they'll lock you up. Oh, I tried giving as much as I could. They didn't lock me up. They published it, paid me.
Dolphin, Illuminati. Deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. In the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. Deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. In the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. It's that dolphin, Illuminati.
Constantly explore the room of possibilities. Come true, so what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mega mistakes, entertaining, calming linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies, intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys.
Big up yourselves. Welcome back to another episode of the Secret Society of Good Guys. As always, we are your good guys, and here with us tonight is Donut Factory from
Yeah.
at Donut Factory whenever he decides to make an appearance. But until then, how are you tonight, good guys?
Fantastic, kinda.
Kinda.
It's Friday, and they're gonna hang
Is
with my
that
favorite
kinda
people.
up
I'm
or kinda
Becca.
down?
Like my energy is good, but like my cramping is not good, you know? It's just like, whoa, man. Oh my God.
What up, Donut?
Yo,
What
what up? Dude, that dolphin song go hard.
for real?
I
I
dig
was
that,
just
man.
like listening to it, and then it was going into dolphins and the Illuminati, and I was just, oh my goodness. I never heard that rap group.
That's your thing, huh? Dolphins?
Oh.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
donuts?
Robert Anton Wilson, he wrote all these books on the Illuminati, and they were like jokes, it seemed like. But the more you research, the more he was so on point with everything that he was talking about. And he always showed these dolphins on the cover. And I was reading through one of his books, and he brought up John C. Lilly. And I was like, who's John C. Lilly? And he's the guy who was doing the sex with the dolphins and going into the tanks and communicating with them so they could communicate with aliens underneath the ocean.
He was
You know,
giving
and I know y'all live by
acid,
the
right?
Miami aliens, you know.
I'm sorry, Donut. They were giving him acid too, right? Was that part of the thing? And then like they
Yeah.
ended up like
Only the cool ones, because a couple of the dolphins were narcs.
and the connection with
bestiality
the
accusations and
dolphins.
stuff.
Yeah, they built such deep bonds with the dolphins where the dolphins started killing themselves once John C. Lilly wanted to end the experiments, just in his intention in his head, just him making the intention of, I'm going to close this hand jobs for the dolphins and the LSD, that they all just stopped eating. And it's kind of interesting because of Paranoid American's fantastic research on the dolphins as well. It got me thinking a lot about the agricultural aspects of the dolphin that Paranoid can get into, but it made me think of that the births of women being assisted with the dolphins, that goes into the whole fertility stuff as well, which is Paranoid American. He knows a lot about these agriculture, fertility goddesses, rituals and stuff like that connected to the dolphins.
Yeah.
Go.
There's something special about dolphins. There's this African, I guess, spiritual teacher in Africa, and he goes into the knowledge of the dolphins and how they're like the Delphi. They connect to humans through dream world, in a sense, and also whales are a part of that. And I think Chaney came up with the kind of term Delphi, dolphin, oracle, orcas. So like, you know, I kind of think they're kind of connected through like a dream world.
Back to the Mar of it all.
Yeah.
And the research backs this up. It's not just like fun wordplay, because the dolphins were linked to the god Apollo and to Dionysus. And when you're talking about the Oracle of Delphi, we're talking about the Temple of Apollo, right? So this is the one and the same. And like Donut was mentioned, I just found this out recently that the dolphins were linked to all the same agricultural gods. So when you talk about Baal Hammon and all the different balls and the Ishtars and the Astartes and every single one of these, you know, god or goddesses, all the two-horned gods, everyone that had to do with procreation essentially gets linked to the dolphins at some point, because the dolphins they see as these like water mammals, which they are, right? But it's like, hey, there's a thing that looks like it could be on land. It acts like it could be on land. Like it's sentient, but it lives its entire life in the water. So if we're ever short on water and our crops need water, maybe we like pray to those dudes, and like they're so tight with the water gods that like they'll get the water to us. So that's kind of where it, like, I'm oversimplifying that, but I think that's where it's at.
I believe so too. Yeah. Interesting. You're so magical, honestly. Like even the whole birthing, you
But
know,
I bet you dolphins
healthy
having
birthing.
sex sound so lame. They're like,
I mean, do humans sound good when I
yes.
mean, do a lot
Oh,
of
well,
them?
I think
Well,
so.
some don't. But anyway.
I know I was akin that to like a metal music of like people were talking earlier on Thomas's podcast that he did before this. They were talking about like energies and frequencies of music and how like metal would be a low vibe energy or depressive, where I think like metal would also be akin to an orgasm or childbirth.
Yeah.
So it's like I
A
don't know.
release like feel, like a
Yeah.
release like feel when you just feel the music and it's just like a
Or very primal is where you get this tons of percussion where it'd be foot stomping. It would be like a buffalo herd running across or
Yeah.
Well,
elephants.
he was talking, and this was apparently not QAnon shaman, just Q shaman. The Anon part is like this. So Q shaman, if you want to play by the rules, he was actually citing the research in very loose terms by a Japanese guy called Masaru Emoto, and this is from that movie The Secret, if the one where that said the Indians didn't know how to see boats, and there was this one part of it where they send the deaf lady from Sesame Street in to look at all these little vials of water, and some of them are like real scary and jaggy looking, and then other ones are like nice, they almost look like little hearts and they're like rounded, and they put like nice colorful like blue and pink lights through it, and then there's like the jagged ones that have like dark red lights through them, and they say this jagged one was because someone was looking at water and just thinking hate, 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 and then the nice round aesthetic one that looks like hearts, that was someone like praying and they were just thinking about love and all positivity. And I remember when that came out, it blew my mind because I was like, does this mean water knows English? Like, does
Yeah,
this work
because
in any
the whole
language?
cymatics
That's
of it
wild.
all, right?
But
then
cymatics is kind of BS too, and I know that's a hot take in the conspiracy community, but like no one listens to music where you just play 432 hertz note and just keep it going for 4 minutes straight.
That's
The
true.
second
Right.
you add another note to that, or you sing, or you bend it a little bit, guess what? It's no longer 432. You might even hit a 440 in there, and now
Exactly.
you're going right to hell, right?
Thank God.
And I also think that, the whole metal screaming aspect of it also reminds me of how monks would also throat sing with the deep throat singing. That's
Mhm.
almost like the scream also when you're like really, like I can't really do it, but
It
know,
is. It's like what
deep.
you're doing is like it's called
I don't know the
polynote
term.
singing.
Yeah.
Anyway, they do two notes at the same time where they're like kind of humming this kind of in their chest,
Yeah.
and if you
Maybe
can
a
get
throat-
the air right, like with your throat, you can make another whistle at the same time. And I haven't done it in years, but it's like that where it's like
I think I've heard it called throating before. So you're saying that you're good at throating?
Deep throating.
Hey.
or to
There's
the
also
Hoover of it all, right?
there's also the primal scream. I haven't read these books, but I have practiced just the screaming as a cathartic experience because our bodies are made of water. So water, still waters run deep. So emotionally, we get like this armor in our body, which comes off as like maybe like being heavy or maybe tensing up. And water has memory, according to a lot of people who've studied water. The guy who created the most inventions on the planet, what he does every day is he walks around a pond of water. We get these ideas when we're in the shower, right? So there's like, is there this memory in the water? But the primal scream, getting the emotions out, which I think that's what that whole January 6th stuff is even the stuff with the tunnels. You hear a lot of that stuff. I believe what's happening is everybody's having these cathartic experiences where the mall in Miami I'm jumping around a little bit, but I think it's connected. The mall in Miami, you had the 60 police cars showing up, which is ridiculous. It's definitely a cover up for something, because right next door to my apartment is Fashion Square Mall, where Jake Paul went and rioted with a bunch of people, and the police, there was 2 police officers protecting the rioters, breaking and smashing the windows. These are cathartic experiences. Even the election of the left or the right is a cathartic experience, thinking that we have any control of the synarchy system of secret societies actually controlling the whole show. But the primal scream, this cathartic experience where you scream out all your anger or cry it out, that heals the body, the emotion, the energy and motion, that heals
Yeah.
the body through the screaming. So I like metal music too, and it's electric guitar, and we're electric beings. So
So is sex.
Because screaming is would definitely clean out your liver and your gallbladder meridians. Because this is all related to the whole Chinese medicine of it all, and it's an accurate map of the body, and how it actually works. So crying would be to clean out your lung meridian and your I say lung and small intestine. Each emotion is and the catharsis of it all is purging a certain meridian in your body and healing your body of dis-ease or disease, which causes disease. Energy emotion that's trapped causes disease.
Do you
So
think Home
sadness
Alone
is
is a
lung?
representation of the primal scream? Like
where he
that?
does the shaving.
Perhaps. Well, it looks
Yeah,
like the whole
it
Edward
was.
Munch of it all,
Yeah.
the scream.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the scream painting is interesting. It is that, and there's so much stuff going on. We only focus on the guy screaming in that painting, but there's people behind him too, and so it does go deep into society and feeling the malaise and discomfort in society. But the lungs are connected to the sadness. I know that the liver's connected to anger, which is interesting because anger is why people drink. So you see the 2 people in the background. I feel like this when I walk around. I see people approaching, and I just want to. I'm just like So I relate to this painting a lot. It does look like the Home Alone painting.
Yeah.
It is it. Yeah, it is. And look, it's the 2 people behind him.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. That's what I was actually going to ask you, is what if we sometimes, every other time I've looked at this painting, I've always felt this connection with this dude of just being in this NPC kind of simulation world, and does anybody else understand this? But if you in this moment think about those 2 people walking up on him, and the gig is up. It's so many different things so many emotions can be in this painting.
Well, this painting also just is the epitome of I'm not like other girls. That's the screaming dude.
Yeah.
And so anger is the
know that
liver,
feeling.
right? So
Yes,
when people,
liver and gallbladder.
when
So
people
people who
are
have gallbladder issues are usually have a ton of trapped anger in their body.
right, and alcoholics, they get cirrhosis of the liver because they're
Mhm.
drinking up the resentments,
Yeah.
which is the anger and so
Yep.
the lungs are sadness. What do you know any other body parts?
If I was in my bedroom, I would, because I use acupuncture chart to help interpret my dreams, because your dreams will tell you it'll if it points out a body part on another person or an animal or yourself, it's telling you an exact acupuncture meridian and acupuncture point to look at, and knowing what meridian it's on will tell you what emotion you have trapped in your body, and it'll tell you basically that, hey, this was lung meridian, so you have some sadness that you need to deal with, and it'll give you clues about what it's about. And then the next day you'll have a memory pop up just randomly, and you'll be like oh my, I had a humiliation dream, and I was and I don't even know what meridian that would be, but my dream told me that I was going to have humiliation stuff coming up to work on. And then the next day I had this random memory of like chasing a guy by like texting him, texting his friends. And I was like so embarrassed when I remembered it. And I was like, because anytime you have a memory that has any emotion tapped or attached to it, like humiliation or sadness or anger, even like overjoy, joy is one of them. So too much joy will like mess up your heart meridian. You can't have that trapped in your body. You have to express the emotion because it's not supposed to be stored. It's energy in motion. It has to move through you. So you're supposed to feel it and let it pass through you like wind. So like when
sorry, I'm
I
fine.
was actually
I know,
talking
it's okay.
about this today. It's
Yeah.
interesting that you mentioned this because
So
there's go ahead.
oh no, well, I'm just basically saying that it's I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did it. It wasn't Layla. It was because I did the passing.
I just
wind
got
laugh.
it. It was a fart
It's-
joke, and now I just got it.
It's a good fart joke.
So I saw this clip of these two guys who it was a podcast of these two guys. They invited this comedian on, and this comedian was just like so awesome and just very open-minded to the world and his ideas. He was just a great guy. I forgot their names. So this comedian just comes out of nowhere and he starts dangling the keys like you would a little child, right? And you see their initial reaction as that they want to laugh, right? But something about them just blocks them off from not laughing because it's not masculine. Like to show your emotion, you just keep it in. And then the comedian's like, "Why? Wait, why'd you stop yourself from laughing? Why are you punishing yourself? Your body wanted to experience that joy. Why didn't you allow yourself to do that?" So it's like this construct that we all label each other. It's like, oh, too masculine or too feminine or
Men are allowed to laugh, but they're
Yeah.
not allowed to giggle.
What
I have no issue with
your
men
best
laughing,
friend laughs.
but if a man giggles, I'm frightened.
What about Beavis and Butthead? Is that a giggle or is that a laugh?
Wouldn't that be if like a grown man like in an office and you just hear like
That's literally me every time I work on a new AI song. Like I know when I've hit gold is when I start giggling about it.
And you know,
Pretty much.
the Hoover Dam has two tuning forks, right?
I know,
So
isn't
going
that
into
pretty
the
weird?
frequency. of
Wow,
the
for
two
real?
angles. Yeah,
We
like
need to see
that's what it looks like. It looks like two
Okay.
tuning forks that we see right here. Like
Yeah.
that's what it looks like. And yeah, there's a lot of
yeah,
stuff.
here I have a picture.
So you could see
Oh,
the square and
that
compass
also
too
looks
at the
like
bottom.
the cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant. That's weird.
There's so much symbolism in this. Like the toes are like on the tiptoe, which is a sign for Venus as well. You got the square and compass there at the bottom. There's so much symbolism to the Hoover Dam. It is absolutely wild, and predictive programming with the $50 bill and all the movies showing it collapsing and flooding.
So,
yeah.
do you know why they changed the name to the Hoover Dam? Like, do you know any
What
information?
was it called
on that?
before?
The oh my God, Boulder Dam.
Are you serious? I'm not. See, I grew
Yeah.
up. I grew up going through the Hoover Dam all the time because I grew up in Vegas. So that was like the field trip zone where you go, or when you travel, you always go over the Hoover Dam. I never knew it was the Boulder Dam.
Yeah,
That's
and then
wild.
they changed it to the Hoover Dam. I don't remember when exactly. I guess during the time of Hoover.
Right.
Maybe. But yeah, I was surprised to find that out too. And it was a much smaller dam back in the day. I went into the Congress Library and just did a little, snooping.
Yeah. So the Hoover, he was a Bohemian Grove member, and a lot of the ideas of Bohemian Grove being secret or more secretive was because of his influence. At least that's what I've read in this PhD doctor work that's like on the History Channel, which is owned by Disney. But they showed the owl, and like these rituals were like in the 1920s. And this was like prime for Herbert Hoover, which is an HH. Shout out to Slick Dissident. I don't know if he's going to be in the comments at all, but he always points out the first letters of people's name. HH is very occult. Miley yeah, 88. Miley Cyrus has
Yeah,
her
yeah.
HH thing. It's so much. There's so much to this. Herbert Hoover and the Hoover Dam. Just so much occult stuff in it. And that was funny. I saw your face poke out. I just
Don't mind me, guys. I'm a lunatic tonight.
Well,
Yeah.
you're not, because it's a new moon, right? I forgot I
Right.
left this up for the audience. I'm so sorry, you guys.
It
I
was
was
a new
so
moon
busy. You
yesterday.
guys said so much shit that I had to start pulling up that I was like, um, I know. And now I'm like, okay, where do I begin? So first, Donut brought up the thing about the $50 bill in the Hoover Dam. And so you know how they say when you fold the bill for 9/11 that it makes the Twin Towers
Smoking.
exploding?
Yeah.
So this is supposedly like the Hoover Dam collapsing. That's what they say it all points out to.
When you
What-
make
why
it
does it-
into a pentagram.
What points it to specifically the Hoover Dam? Or is
It could
just
not.
a dam?
No, it could be just a dam.
But they
yeah.
also say these things on the side that I don't like when it goes black when I'm pointing at them. But these
Ugh.
things on the side are specific to the Hoover Dam. They have
Okay.
the Hoover Dam has these cylinder things that when you can actually see them from one side of the dam. They're
Oh,
very
yeah.
huge, tall towers.
Yeah, you
And so
can.
they say that it's a specific thing to the Hoover Dam.
Okay.
You know,
what?
somebody
That's
says
true.
it's a transformer symbol. Are they transformers that you're showing on the $50 bill? Because in the movie Transformers, before the Hoover Dam like floods, they show the 322 symbol, and most recently, about a year or two ago, a transformer exploded at the Hoover Dam. So, was that like the Transformers on the $50 bill, or was it that cylinder thing that's like in there that makes the noise? The wow.
Yeah. So
Transformers.
I think it's
Sorry.
another thing, Abby, that you said really interesting that fits the two angels, seraphim, whatever these things are. These
Cherubim.
two cherubim. Are they the cherubs? Are they cherubs? So one thing I feel like, I don't know if we were talking about it on air or off air, but you have Mary Magdalene's skull, and the way it's carried by the same like kind of two angels, except they don't allow the wings to be up on her. And also the
Kind of
ark.
reminds me the chariot card too. The like two beings on the side of the chariot card.
Yeah, like even that's the other thing that Abby said was the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, it looks like the Ark of the Covenant.
That you
cherubim.
get.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Get,
that's why I
like,
said that, because
yeah, like so you guys just said like so many things like in 2 minutes that I was like trying to pull them up, and I didn't realize I left the two the whole picture over. And it was weird how it lined with the background, like I did good tile work.
did y'all not watch Indiana Jones?
Indiana Jones and what one?
Which one?
I don't
The first
know.
one,
The
wasn't it?
Ark of the Covenant was in the first one, I think.
Yeah. So
Oh,
like
yeah.
Indiana Jones, they go look for the Ark, but they go to Egypt to look for the Ark because the word Ark actually comes from Egypt. That's
So
what
it makes
Jordan
you
Maxwell
wonder
said.
because of the like transformers of it all and the dam of it all. You have we know the ritual around the dam, and it's one of the very few American huge marvels. And you said the Herbert Hoover, which is funny because the A8 of the H that there's something that's very 8 about the dam, and it spaced my head right now, but it's a 13-year ritual that was supposed to take 15 years. So it's one of the modern marvels. They called it the 8th marvel of the world, the 8th wonder of the world. So I just
Weird.
thought that was interesting. Yeah, because it's like a modern marvel. And a weird thing, of all the people that die in this ritual, the first person who dies is this dude, chilling out, dies at the dam, whatever, not a big deal. He's just the first person to die at the dam. 13 years later to the day, his son dies and is the last person to die at the dam.
Whoa, are you serious? And so 96 people died at the dam, and this goes into some symbolism. I could share my screen later too and show.
Didn't
some of
they also create the movie, the vacation movie to Las Vegas with what's his face and
Chevy Chase 33.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah. Holy shit.
And I think the president after or somebody working with Herbert Hoover was a CC president. Calvin Coolidge. There's like a 30.
And you want to hear a
Chanel.
weird thing about Herbert Hoover? That this was the thing that stuck out to me the most about him, just because of the world I think we're in right now. And when we put out this on Monday, Tuesday, like we put out, we're going to do a Hoover episode. Tuesday or Wednesday, Donald Trump said in a speech, "Well, I'm never going to be Herbert Hoover." And
said
I
that?
was like,
No.
"What?
It is such a
Like,
trip.
what are
Such
the
a thing.
What's
chances?"
that? Yeah, what's that? Why would he even say that?
Well, then I was
It-
like, I got to look up Herbert Hoover now and figure everything out.
Well,
One
it
of
was
the most interesting things I found out about Herbert Hoover is him and his wife spoke fluent Mandarin and would do this a lot to each other in the White House. So none of the Secret Service or any of the cameras could understand what they were saying to each other. Now, look at the world we're in now. I would argue that we're in World War III with China and we've been infiltrated from the inside out. Like that, this is what I think. So I just think it's so crazy. You have a president that is the president that they hand right. I mean, he gets the Great Depression and like that is a shaming ritual of presidents. They like to do that to and then you kind of have Trump get handed the same Great Depression, and so then it's like, oh, I'm never going to be Herbert Hoover.
yeah.
Hoover like kept the secrets for the Bohemian Grove, so maybe it was like an occult message that he's gonna release
It
in
was
secret.
talking. He was asked about a crash, and then he's like, Trump is like, I hope a crash does happen, but I don't want to be known as Hoover.
Oh, that goes into the
Pennsylvania at that
economic
point.
stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, with
Yes.
Germany and
I don't know. I just remember this
Repeat.
right now. Here's a weird thing about
so he was talking about an economic crash, probably, right?
Herbert Hoover, and attaching to the I would say the Hoover Dam in a way would be Herbert Hoover was known because he had tons of tunnels and mines. And one of the big things they don't talk about with the dam is they had to reroute all this water underground for this period of time. They had to put all these tunnels underground. So I just think, you're only the elite are allowed to play underground.
Yeah, it's very occult too. The occult knowledge is underground. I just almost finished reading this book on tunnels and underground bases, and which I think is very prominent for the news this year. But I think that the rituals that are happening right now are still for the year of the rabbit, because the year of the dragon's coming up in February. So that's going through these lunar cycles, like the movie 28 Days Later. 28 days is where the moon completes its cycle, not like in reality, but to the ancients, they would see the scarab beetle like curl up and then turn into a beetle like 28 days later, like the zombie movie. And they're coming out with that Civil War movie, the same people. So the Illuminati animals as symbols, like the owl or maybe these two cherubs or whatever they are. I think spiders are going to play a big role for the year of the dragon. Weaving spiders don't come near. And I think it's connected to the World Wide Web in cyber attacks, because you got Kirsten Dunst, who's known for the Spider-Man kiss, Doja Cat with the spiders. Bad Bunny has Spider-Man in his new music video.
Shout out weaving spiders.
Yeah.
Shout out Bohemian Grove.
Both sponsors of the show, by the way.
I don't know where I was going with that.
I'm so sorry.
But Herbert Hoover, I pulled something up. Harry Truman and Hoover reported hearing unexplained sounds in their bedroom and attributed it to the spirit of the former president, Calvin Coolidge's wife. CC Calvin Coolidge wife reported seeing on several occasions the ghost. So there's like this ghost stuff, and there's a tunnel in like deep underground base under the White House in that new Chucky TV series. I don't know if you guys watched it.
What? No.
They like showed the underground bases at the White House because Chucky, I'm a big Child's Play fan, and Chucky had to pick a place that was so demonic so he can get his God back to him, because the Christian God is destroying Chucky and Chucky starts aging. So he's like,
Damballa, bro. Damballa is God.
Damballa is his God, which is where the whole zombie idea comes from Juan's research. He was showing that. And so he wants to do a sacrifice to Damballa. So he goes to the White House because he's like, this is where all the military and wars and all the stuff is like stemming from. Yeah, but I only seen 4 episodes. I didn't get to finish it.
That is fascinating. Isn't there a map of like the United States and all the tunnels that exist currently?
There's
Yeah.
a missing 411
Run right
map.
through my town. Like the spot in Oklahoma would be like my town where they're putting Heartland, the theme park. So which would be perfect because we have underground tunnels, under Disney's. So it would, we need one under Heartland as well. So
Yeah, the underground tunnel stuff, they've been developing this stuff for a long time. There's these reports that are documented on it. FEMA, all that.
Tunnels have been like a thing since ancient times. Like apparently they're uncovering all like huge cities underground, like that people just migrated to and lived in. I think in Turkey they found something like that as well.
Mhm.
I'm just like,
In California,
what happened?
the
I
lizard
want to say in
catacombs.
Oklahoma City, there was like a whole Chinese underground city under Oklahoma City.
You don't say. A
Go
little
Really?
figure,
Chinatown.
right? How weird is that?
Well, here's another thing too. In Illinois, in Pekin, Illinois, their football team was called the Pekin Chinks for a while, and now it's the Pekin Dragons. But they
It
used
was
to
called the
say
what?
Pekin
Yeah.
Chinks.
Are you
And
serious? It's so racist.
Yeah.
But Hoover Dam is racist is F
it
too.
was,
They
yeah,
wouldn't let black people. The black people were segregated, and Asians weren't allowed to work there or something like that.
Wow.
they said that if you stuck a needle through Pekin, Illinois, it would come out Pekin, China. But then also think of all of us growing up digging a hole. An old person would come out and say, "What are you digging to China?" Now, why would they tell us that at all? Unless in some time in their lifetime or lore, people were pulling out bricks and stuff under the ground. Like, no wonder the poor Hasidic Jews in New York, they're probably like, there's Chinamen under here.
Well, out here in Arizona, there's a lot of reservations, and I'm friend with this dude, and he's telling me that Chinese people lived here in the reservations for a long, long time before like the Pilgrims, and I was like, "What? That's wild." No, I don't know any proof of that, but that was fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, my Instagram got shadow banned for a video of me doing a stomach vacuum for nudity, and I was wearing clothes. So I blame that on the Chinese thing too. So there you go.
So funny story. My dad, he was a building manager in Manhattan for a lot of these. I guess I don't know what kind of Jewish sect they were part of, but he worked for a lot of them, and he would go building to building. He had the keys to everything, but the only keys that he didn't have were the keys to the underground tunnels. And he knew, and they were talked about, that there were underground tunnels in most of the buildings that he went in. And he went in one of the tunnels that were, like he said, was 5 layers deep, and he went to the first layer, and there was a huge, massive, beautiful, gorgeous freaking pool in just the middle of the ground, just going down into a tunnel, and you go into this oasis of a
Was it
swimming pool.
at the 77 the Hasidic place in Manhattan?
I
Because
don't
I
he
know they
didn't
were
tell me.
saying that it was the Mill Mikvah, so that's part of the Jewish religion.
I
the
have
mikvah.
no idea. No
Yeah.
idea. He's like almost every building that This is his words. I don't know. I was like, really, this is freaking interesting. But then again, all of these buildings, I think, especially Manhattan, are connected to some kind of tunnel system or like hidden
Sure.
latches. Yeah,
New York
is known for it.
is New York. It's like the New York of like Rome. That's
Have you guys heard the I guess I don't know if it's a theory or if it's like the truth or what, but that the tunnels were supposed to be going to these like underground baths that women would go to like prepare themselves for intercourse because they'd have to like make sure they were clean. But that there was this ad, and I got this I think from David Charles Plate, but that like if you saw like a lady coming back from the baths, then it's like, you're about to go get, like you're about to go get some. What's up, girl? And I guess that, to preserve the modesty, they build it like a secret tunnel so that you can get into the bath and get back out, so that you don't have all the looky-loos like, look at this whore going to, get scored. And that was one of the explanations, that it was going to, but that this tunnel and the baths were like completely defunct. They hadn't been functional in forever. So the 2024 use of the tunnels is up for, who the hell knows what's going on. But the reason that the tunnels existed in the first place might be explained by this, like these modesty tunnels.
Probably.
Tunnels and underground stuff was always connected to aliens in the ufology field. From the 90s. That was like the big thing. So in this book, the first thing the guy even says is he brings up the gray aliens and the tunnels, and he brings that up, how it's so super popular. And we're in the year of the rabbit, and the rabbit is connected to the aliens and UFOs. And I just find it coincidental, looking into the whole UFO psyop, which is a new religion being built, going back to the Eleusinian mystery cults of hallucinogenics, which turned into MK Ultra. Even the guy Albert Hoffman, who created LSD, who wears the Hoffman lenses, and they live. He's like the expert on the Eleusinian mysteries, because they would do these hallucinogenics, and that is resetting the autonomic nervous system for imprinting. So we all have these Abrahamic gods in this religion, but all throughout history there's been different cults, different religions, different gods. So what I believe is happening right now is they want to reset the autonomic nervous system through the MK Ultra, schizogenics, whatever that is. They transformed the whole culture of the hippies with LSD because of Hoffman, and Hoffman was working straight with J.P. Morgan vice
I got
president.
my name, by the
Gordon
way.
Watson.
I'm
What's
named
up?
after him. I'm named after him.
After Albert Hoffman?
Like Abby. Oh, I thought you were talking about Abby Hoffman. Sorry.
Oh, Albert Hoffman is the guy who created LSD or discovered it. And he's an expert in the Eleusinian mysteries, which is where all these cults are kind of stemming from. So the whole alien psyop that's happening now, TMZ just released a UFO documentary. And right when this documentary is being released about UFOs by the Disney Fox Corporation, because TMZ is the Disney Corporation and Fox, that's who owns it. They are putting out this documentary. That's where we see the jellyfish. That was trending, the jellyfish alien. Then you got Brazilian aliens up there. You got the tunnels. The tunnels could be connected to the alien story. And then you got the Miami aliens as well. All this is coming out while this documentary is coming out. It's to get people to believe in the new religion that's being created for us, I believe.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going. I keep
No,
but hold
I'm
on.
I dig it.
Did you see the podcast of these people interviewing these people from the Amazon, and them showing them a picture of what we call aliens, and they interpreted that to them, and they asked them, "What is this to you?" And they're like, "Well, it's not alien. We call them ant people." So what do you think on their take? Do you think they're part of the psyop, these people who live in, the rainforest and know of these beings and explain them in detail?
That's dope. I'm not sure. I'd have
Are you
to
talking about our
see that.
ancestors?
Ancestors.
But they got the UNESCO heritage site. So it could be. It absolutely could be. Just connecting it to Julian Huxley and Aldous Huxley.
Mhm.
That was a big part of this whole psychogenics, LSD, the doors of perception, like using the LSD, and that Julian Huxley is who created UNESCO. So like the Mexican Congress showing the aliens, that whole story, those aliens were coming from the UNESCO heritage site. And UNESCO is connected to the United Nations, which is connected to the whole Agenda 2030, like save the planet, the Georgia Guidestone, save the planet. Because it goes back to these Eleusinian mysteries of the Gaia or the Earth or Cybele or Demeter, Ishtar, the female Illuminati, those controllers. It goes back to worshiping the mother goddess. And I think that what you're talking about with the Amazon thing.
Well, do you
one
know
of
what
the
picture
UNESCO
they
sites-
showed?
No,
The
no,
lam,
I don't.
lam. You
Was
know,
it
Oh,
this
they were showing
picture?
Lam?
yeah, they showed the picture of lam, and they're like,
Oh,
"This is what
it
we call
wasn't
aliens."
Yeah, Hoover Dam.
And so they called it the Ant People. So I don't know if like those, I never seen that video, but you got
send it to
Julian
you.
Huxley, you got United Nations. They are controlling these ancient sites. So it could be.
I don't know. I always ponder the idea. Maybe there are like watchers of this realm. Like, yes, there's God, but God created like these beings to like create the stars and create this and be watchers of this realm. And we got it all twisted. And maybe they do look alien like. Maybe they're the faces of those angel beings just with the big heads and just wings, you know? Who knows? Or maybe they're transformers or shapeshifters. I
You-
don't know.
You think
Right.
they're like
Maybe
this,
they're
though,
not real.
Layla, for real?
That they're
Okay.
white. In our culture, they call them what was the word? Something
Lam?
barda, and they're the
Didn't you
white,
say they were called
the
Lam?
pale. No, well, we call them like
Oh,
what we know lam, right?
oh,
LAM.
well, that's just, I don't know. That's who Aleister Crowley said
Yeah,
that he met.
yeah. That this is a picture that they showed him. This picture.
And they were said this is the ant.
These are the
people.
ant people. Yes.
And
Yeah,
they
I
are
mean,
ant.
it's
And
probably
they
a real
live
thing.
underground. I will find that video eventually. And it went viral. You guys didn't see it? It went viral. And it was just a regular podcast of just normal people like us, you know. And they interviewed these people
Totally
from the,
normal, just like us.
This is
you know,
totally
Amazon.
normal. Nothing to see here.
And then
Nothing
they questioned them.
suspicious going
Nothing
on.
suspicious going on
It's
here.
just a secret society
We're
meeting
just
going on
a
here.
normal
Oh, somebody
juggalo,
wrote
Normal.
just
ant
sitting on his
people.
lunch break,
Oh,
building the Hoover Dam.
Building that
Yeah.
room in
Yeah,
our,
that's straight
in
up
our
juggalo
juggalo
right
makeup.
there. Yeah,
Love this.
somebody said ants make tunnels. That's a good point right there.
And
We call them
sisters do make
barda.
tunnels, and then they would also be in this hive mind type way where in a vril type thinking you would have one queen, and then you would just need to get this tiny little vril inside whatever, and you could control the entire, you know, hive or population with just the queen's thought.
This is weird. This
That's wild. That juggalo picture was awesome.
This is my other I did weird AI stuff thinking like, okay, well, here's a donut shaped earth.
Oh, look at that.
That's
It's
fucking
It's like Fruity
dope.
Pebbles too.
I love it.
Yeah, Fruity Pebbles. Shout out
Yeah.
to Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles are far superior to Cocoa Pebbles.
For
I
sure.
they're
like how it
gluten-free.
still has balls all around it.
I like how they made a ring around the earth.
You said Fruity Pebbles are gluten free.
Yes, ma'am. So
That
are
is
Cocoa
weird.
Pebbles.
Are they really? I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
I love Cocoa Pebbles.
I know,
my
because
favorite cereal.
It would
Look, if you
still
ever
hurt
have
me
to be
though.
gluten free for like health reasons, you have to know the junk food you can eat. Otherwise, it's really hard. Because if you sit there and concentrate on all the shit you can't eat, then you're like, so the key to any kind of successful diet is to focus on the junk food you can eat.
Mm.
You figure
And
that out
true.
first, and then
And
you'll be
I like
successful.
butter. So I was
So
just
I like
Cereal.
cereal.
A lot
I
of
was
that.
like, what cereal can I eat?
Have you ever done
Oreos.
the miracle berries?
Series.
You know what miracle berries are?
The ones
Yes,
that make
I
everything
have
taste sweet.
some.
Yeah, like so you like just put a little miracle berry and like let it coat your tongue, and then you can just eat like a straight up piece of lemon, and it tastes like sugar.
Ooh. No, I've
Oh,
never
you
tried
have
that.
some?
I've always wanted to try it. My ex-husband was like obsessed with it because he was a chef. But
Yeah, I have some around here, and I actually had this theory of the people that had lost their sense of smell and taste due to COVID, that if they maybe ate a few miracle berries, that their brain would reset, because it's really all like I think my Maria always said nothing made her more aware of the simulation than when she lost her sense of taste and smell. And I always thought that our sense of taste and smell would be like the hardest things to simulate if we went into the simulation. So they want to take that away from all of us, like those type things.
Oh, what a
And
that's
cereal is named after Ceres, the Greek agriculture goddess Demeter. It's all going back to agricultural goddesses.
So even cereals that ladies, they all wanted the ladies to sit around the cereals and watch all of their soap operas. Their soap operas.
Oh, yeah, interesting.
They used to be called cereals before they were soap operas.
in Europe. They're still called cereals. Cereals. Cereals.
That's what the old timey
Mm-hmm.
superhero in the 40s. Like that's what this is from. Like, I think it's 1936. It's an owl superhero I found. I'm like, yes, I'm using it. It's awesome. Fucking sneaking up on a cop. Yeah.
It's a comic book from the 30s.
Yeah. 1936.
Interesting.
1936. What did you guys ever have a Hoover vacuum?
Yes.
What's that?
What's that? How you're not that young.
It sounds
No,
like
no.
a sex toy.
That was my nickname in college. No,
What was your nickname?
oddly enough, it was not Hoover vacuum.
Yeah, I remember that we had a vacuum that was passed down like
It did
at
have
least
something to
3
do with carpet,
generations.
but it was not vacuum. Sorry. Sorry. What did you
Well,
say?
like I think I've gone through 3 vacuums in my lifetime at least, maybe even just like in the house that I've been at in the last 10 years.
Was a
But
Hoover?
my parents still have the vacuum that their parents gave them.
Were
Was it
Hoovers
one of
had
those-
vacuums?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were, right? Yeah.
With
That's
metal gears.
wild.
Was it those
Yeah,
big
what
ones?
was it?
with
Nothing
metal
sucks like
gears?
a Hoover.
Oh.
Yeah.
weren't they red for a while? Or am I?
Yeah,
the
yeah,
logo's
The
red.
Hoover Devil.
Yeah.
The Hoover Devil.
That's what they
Yeah,
were
like
called.
that. They look
Yeah.
like that.
The Hoover Devil, I believe. And it had like a tail or something. Or
That's
Yeah.
the Dirt
my-
Devil.
Dirt Devil.
Oh, Dirt Devil, excuse me.
Oh,
Was that by Hoover?
I
I
think
think it was
so,
a
yeah.
knockoff. That was a cheaper version, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Dirt Devil was the one you could get on TV at the 1-800 number.
Yeah, and Hoover had like their
Long
own
time.
kind of. They were kind of like the Maytag of vacuum cleaners. Now Maytag doesn't mean anything now, but there was a certain point. This is like grandpa talk at this point, isn't it? But like Maytag was like
Wow.
a straight up company that you would walk into, and they just sold only Maytag stuff. But you bought the brand because like you had a place to go to. They'd fix it. Now, if anyone needs any of that stuff, you go to like Lowe's and Home Depot, and you don't really care what the brand is. It's just like it's the same one with different labels on all of them.
Mm-hmm. That'll come from China. China.
Back in my day,
Back in my day, we had American vacuums like Primus.
It was Hoover, the Dirt Devil, and Auric.
to jump
Major.
around a little bit with
Yeah.
China and
Jump around.
China.
Jump around.
You know, China makes all the fireworks. You know what I mean?
Sorry.
All the fireworks always have some sort of devil on them. At least back in the 90s, there was always like devil stuff on it. And the connection to fireworks is strange. And also with China, that could also be a psyop. This guy Matthew Arrett really broke it down. like showing how China kicked George Soros out of their country, and then they started really blossoming. All like you ask, like, what do Chinese students? They want to be engineers. What do Americans want to be? We want to be TikTok influencers, you know. So like they removed George Soros out, and now they, I think, have more millionaires or something. So there's a lot of
Makes
weird
sense.
information to look into on like I know you've been talking about how everything that we're told is like what, like how could we even believe anything that we're told? Like everything is so messed up, especially with history. But China makes the fireworks, and the fireworks are what hypnotizes the zombies in these films. And at the Miami Mall, those cops showed up because of the fireworks, and then the aliens, like they were fighting the aliens with the fireworks. And that's the premise of Stranger Things. Stranger Things has this whole 322 connection to it with the birthday, but they fight an alien at the mall with fireworks in that show.
Interesting.
And Abby, what is Stranger Things about? Like the orcas?
My favorite.
11 is an orca.
Well, so 4th of July is connected to the aliens because July 2nd is National UFO Day. And that's the actual 4th of July is actually July 2nd, which is 7/2, right? Isn't July
7/4.
So 7/2 is a huge occult number, but National UFO Day is July 2nd, and that's when the country was founded, was July 2nd. And then you got the Hellfire Club member Ben Franklin, who changed it to July 4th. So right there's an alien connection to fireworks as well. And the Hellfire Club is crazy. It connects to Aleister Crowley. All these secret societies, it's all interlaced and connected. The Hellfire Club motto was "Do What Thou Will," and that's where Aleister Crowley got the "Do What Thou Will." But that goes back to the assassin order with Hassan Asabi, whatever his name is, who says everything everything's permissible. It's like the same thing. So there's all this crazy.
Okay, so Donut, what do you think of this idea? So if there's some sort of genetic memory of this lamb figure, like, because people have it's in the zeitgeist already. We've been programmed it since birth. This whole aliens with the big head thing, right? So, I mean, because it's all in there, and it's an archetype that just kind of floats up every once in a while in culture and I mean for thousands of years, really. There's petroglyphs that look like this shit, right? So, okay, we know this is already in the zeitgeist, in the myth, and in people's heads already, right? So what do you say if we were to do an abduction program, a military abduction program with actual people, and we can put them into a suggestive state in their sleep where what they experience in their head, because people have this kind of alien experience on drugs sometimes. We know that, right? So it's already in there. If we could suggestively put them into that state where they experience what they're experiencing, but they're seeing it as these giant-headed aliens, because when you're in I can't think of the word right now, that suggestive point where you're between sleep and awake, right? That hypnagogic state, they can manipulate that state. So what stops them from doing anything with anybody?
Well, I've had an experience,
But it's not aliens.
in that space where I saw the being, because usually you don't see the being, where like you feel like there's an entity there and they say it's demonic, but I saw this being, and it was a transparent being that looked like I would say a bubble. It was iridescent, clear, but I saw the outline of it, and it was like a nice oval shaped head with a thin like form, and it was on top of me, like literally poking me. you know, like literally doing something to me. And I wasn't afraid of it. I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing on top of me? Fully aware, fully like mentally communicating with this being.
Hey, I'm sleeping here.
Yeah,
Hey.
it was.
Sleeping over here.
And people, you know what's interesting? People usually say, "Oh, they look like trolls," or they no. This thing sparkled, iridescent, clear, bubbly, kind of. It shined. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't terrifying to look at, but then again, I'm like, was this an alien thing?
Did it look like this?
No wings, no wings on this being. So I wonder, was that like an alien experience? Or was it just me tripping? Or was it an entity? I don't know.
Well, since
But-
again with sleep
No.
paralysis, I'm thinking it's like your energy body, and so it's just not fully developed. Like it's not fully because your energy body, once you've done enough recapitulation and done enough healing of your meridians and gotten all this emotion out of your body, you actually strengthen your energy body, and you can actually shape it to look more like your actual body. But it's not complete until you. It's not complete until you do all your trauma
Interesting.
healing. But yeah, but that's probably why it's sparkly and shiny. Yours is not as
Yeah.
dark as other people's.
You know what's
You know, other
funny?
people's is dark as shit because they've done a lot of, you know, or they haven't done their internal work.
Chaney, Abby, you know what it was doing?
Hmm.
As I was looking at it, it was like it came into my face, right? Like face to face in my face. And I was trying to yell for somebody like, hey, can somebody like get this thing off of me? You know, like trying to get somebody's attention. And every time it would turn its head back, then look at me again, like dead in the face, and then poke me like, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to tell you something. Like literally,
It's
I
what things
swear.
riding me like
Because-
the L train over
Yeah,
here.
because you could do this in a lucid dream. You could actually find
fuck
your
you
body with your
Uh-huh.
energy body. And I did it one time. Like Carlos
What the
Castaneda
fuck?
talks about it.
You
It was the
stop it.
fucking craziest thing.
Yeah.
Like I literally grabbed my shoulders like of my physical body and I shook my body and I could feel my body going like lifting off the bed doing this while I felt myself above my body shaking myself. It was the craziest thing in the whole world. I couldn't see myself though.
That's crazy.
I was blind. So my energy body's not quite there yet either, but I could feel I felt myself do it in both spots. It was crazy.
So crazy.
I see shadow people all the time and ghosts and all that. So I'm not like saying that these things don't exist and like ant people and the bomb and all. Like I super believe that all this stuff does exist,
Or
especially
could
the-
exist. The right word, maybe could possibly.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be just my imagination because when we're kids, we see other stuff, you know. And then, like, I know that for me, when I was a kid, I used to see a bunch of stuff, and then I stopped seeing a lot of the stuff as I get older, and like my creativity goes away. Like when we're kids, we're playing with like Hot Wheels, and we're in another realm. And then it's kind of like we get stuck.
And we don't
into
have
this
somebody explain away
matrix.
the magic because that's
Yeah.
the problem is that once the
Mhm.
magic is explained away, it changes your map of reality. And so the more that your map becomes like squared and solidified, the less that you see the possibilities and the magic that's out there.
Yeah.
So it's like somebody else shapes your paradigm and it actually kind of ruins.
It ruins everything.
It
Yeah.
does.
So is it the opposite of whatever the Indian idea is that it was like the idea of the Indians not being able to see the ships coming because they had never seen them before. It's the opposite of that. It was like if somebody would have told them ships weren't real, eventually they wouldn't see the ships. So what if somebody did that with them with UFOs, and that's why we don't see that other realm now?
Right.
Yeah, because we're told like not to, you know, so going back to, I just think that the whole UFO thing, and I grew up, you know, watching the X-Files. I have alien necklaces and t-shirts. My thing was aliens. So like me saying that the whole alien thing's a psyop is really breaking my like childhood heart.
Same.
They're
So-
all in.
Like
But I-
Santa Claus.
But the thing is that the whole alien agenda there is to create a new religion, and it's straight connected to the mother goddess of saving the planet, which goes into eugenics, which seems totally like different, but it's connected in that there's this guy Paul Benowitz who he was under MK Ultra. Through a lot of government people messing with his mind, government gave him like technology, and he was like, I'm communicating with the aliens, but he was really being MK Ultra. And he's the guy who made the Dulce underground tunnels popular. That theory. So the aliens and the tunnels have been a theory for a while. And Paul Benowitz was under this mind control, and they drove him to insanity. And the people driving him to insanity were connected to Scientology and connected to the new Blink 182 of the Stars
Tom
Academy
DeLonge
or
stuff.
whatever.
Yeah.
It's all connected. It's all connected to this TMZ documentary too, in my opinion. It's
And
like
he's getting fed all that information from an admitted government op.
yeah,
Like,
and one of the top leaders of Scientology.
Right. Like, why do people not see through this?
And Blink 182, their
It's
logo is a bunny rabbit, right? And there's a lot of connections to Blink 182. The bunny rabbit is a swastika as well. But we're in the year of the bunny.
47.
47.
Just saying.
Yeah,
like,
the swastika is
whole-
always like a
Yeah.
47 symbol. And then
Oh,
you
really?
also said a 74 earlier. You were talking about something else. I
Yeah,
forget.
4th of
but
July.
yeah, 4th of July is a 7-4. So I always think that is a big deal for them because it's like the Pythagorean theorem.
Right. Well, so Blink 182, the numbers 182 is a huge decode. This 128, 182, 218, the national emergency text was sent out at 218, 218. There's a big connection to those three numbers for some sort of ritual to take place this year, either on 128, which is Rick Ross's birthday, or 218. There's a lot of strange stuff in my research, and a lot of other people have been connecting that. Like the Leave the World Behind movie was released on 128. Matthew Perry died on 10/28, which is 128, which was Julia Roberts' birthday, 10/28, 128. And that movie with Julia Roberts was all circled around Friends television show. And that movie, yeah, it's just the numbers thing gets stupid when I talk about it without showing slides.
No, I was just looking
Oh,
up.
weird. Look, what if that's crazy? Like if it would have been a 1-2, that would have
I
been
know. I thought it was so nuts, but I just think this is where we first hear about all of the alien stuff. And
screenshot
JRE
it,
is
so I
like
don't
the
forget.
big forward. He is I always say he's like the cheese filter that people think they're free thinking, but that this is how they meet Tom DeLonge. This is how they know that the Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is how they all pretty much in the zeitgeist of the free thinking, everybody thought they were on the edge of things by being like the Pentagon's going to have alien stuff come out. But this was the first anyone ever heard of it was Tom DeLonge on Joe Rogan. And then also Blink 182 is brought up again in the zeitgeist with the Titan submarine.
You ever talk to anybody who listens to Joe Rogan? Like
I used to. I only bashed the idols I once had.
everyone I meet that watches Joe Rogan or listens to it, it's like they are an archetype figure of a certain type of hipster.
It's alpha brain. That's alpha brain
It's
addiction.
alpha brain, yeah. It's the but like we're all like being a juggalo or being into hip hop. I fall into an archetype there. So like everybody like falls into line
What
with
is that archetype? Explain to us,
Yeah,
for those of us unfamiliar with the juggalo lifestyle, that I'm sure is very story
Juggalos,
deep
it's all
and
about
drug filled and
What
Yeah,
is the
Is it
juggalo?
I don't know.
no,
those old time
yeah.
nerds.
I don't know, but I'm down with the clown and I'm down for life, yo.
Yeah,
And
I would say that
Great Malenko is my favorite album.
me too. You know, that was released by Disney on June 24th, which is a Knights
Wow.
Templar John the Baptist Day. It's also National UFO Day too. So they've got the 24. ICP, I've been deep diving it with the help of Paranoid American. I would say that the Juggalo philosophy is a mixture of acceptance and letting go, which is a spiritual aspect, with a mixture of nihilism as well, which I don't want to look into, but it's sort of the truth. So it's a mixture of these two, which promotes anti-bigotry in the mix of all of it for a people who want to belong, but they feel like they're the black sheep. So we're given a movement like this to join, and the scary imagery is a cathartic experience for us to go kill, like in a sense, just like Chucky would be a cathartic experience for a kid having their toy kill the parents, or watching the movie The Purge is for the soccer moms to get out that experience. I mean, all the soccer moms love that movie, The Purge. And the whole movie is about cathartic experience. So that's what the music is about a kid like myself who wants to fight back but can't fight back against the bullies because they don't belong to a gang. And the Juggalos is a gang you could join in a sense, in your child head, in your mind, or in my mind, to protect you cathartically from the evil in the world, whether that's your parents or authority figures of school.
I have a question. Is a Juggalo, would you consider Joker or Harley Quinn part of that in a sense?
The imagery, a little bit.
Not even the
sure.
way that they are, like,
The anti-hero.
like
in a
when you
sense.
look deep at who they are, not the villain part of it, but like where it stems from, that like idea of them like being misfits and like going against the government and just doing what they fucking want, and that kind of like reminds me of that, like that.
It
Do you
is,
think
yeah.
that they're both of the things that you guys are talking about would have a philosophy of do what thou wilt?
I think so.
A little bit, yeah, a
Yeah.
little bit. It would.
That's
for
why
sure.
I get that feeling like Joker, like he doesn't give a fuck and he's just gonna do it his way, and put that clown face on. It's like ha 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 in your face, like.
And the ICP, the Great Malenko, is a Joker card, and each Joker card that gets released is like a tarot card. So there's a symbol, and what I think it is at least for me, like listening to it as a kid and reflecting on it, it's like I want, I'm fighting all these kids, and I'm pissed off, and there's all these bullies, and it's scary. In Las Vegas, people are fighting, and people are being murdered and all this stuff, that it brings this like occult magic voodoo type element where it's like the music is doing that for you. So it's like a cathartic experience. But what you're saying about the Harley Quinn and the Joker, it's the anti-hero in a sense. If a kid is ignored for his good deeds and he's a good kid, I was a great kid. I was not rebellious at all.
Same.
But what happened was I didn't get any attention. So what it's going to happen to a child, if they're not getting attention and being high-fived for their good acts, they're going to start doing bad shit so they can get the attention because they need the attention. And so there's so much psychological stuff going on with movements, and all that, like the punk movement, the hippie movement, all of this. It goes really deep. Yeah.
I was going to ask you that too. Like because I still kind of mourn the punk rock clubs, like just that like I'd never go back to those days, but if I could experience a Bad Brains show for the first time again, like that was like something
Bad
magic.
Brains. Yeah,
Like,
I've seen Bad Brains.
Dude. Yeah, it changed my life, man. Like, but that whole ritual thing of going to the thing, you have to go seek it out, and you had to like experience it, and you had to feel it, like and you were all one. Like if there was a good mosh pit that like really works, like it's kind of like an amazing thing to watch, man.
It's nature. Yeah.
It is nature, and you're all in this primal state at the same time, and you're all in the same vibe. It's a wild thing that happens in any kind of concert thing.
It's meditative.
Like the drumming and and the music makes people cry and they don't understand why
Uh-huh.
because they're feeling shit for the first time. Like,
Or
That's
the
how I
goosebumps. You get
Yeah.
goosebumps.
that's how I felt at techno raves too.
Right.
That's
The
my
rave
shit.
too, yeah. Techno raves is like
Uh-huh.
so like these spiritual concerts, they have a spiritual drawing to them. A lot of people at raves, they get messed up or whatever, but then once they get sober, they go back every year because they had that spiritual experience. Same thing with the gathering of the juggalos or these punk shows. And I've been at punk shows most of my life, and I would just watch the mosh pit, and there's different mosh pits to different sounds.
Mhm.
So, and we see this circle in the Jews, they do the Hava Nagila, the Muslims, they go around that circle around the, I don't know what it's called, but ring around the rosy, right? Humans, we do this circle. So the mosh pit is the same thing. Even fish do it too. They do the ball in the circle, and deer and do
Dogs
it.
when they
Dogs
lay
do
down.
it. But have you noticed that certain music is different energy? I've been to so many concerts. The ska mosh pit is really weak. There's not a lot of passion to it, but it's positive. It's not like nobody's bumping into each other, hurting each other. But then you get a hardcore show. It's sort of distorted, where the circle's not in unison. It's people breaking the unison by doing the monkey dance or whatever, you know?
The circle jerk thing.
Yeah, well, the hardcore show is a lot different than the circle jerk thing. I would say is more in sync in a sense. So when they're doing the circle
Crowd
jerk movement,
or,
they're going
sick
in
boys.
they're going in a
Yeah.
circle, and you see that a lot maybe with like No Effects or more pop punk. Like, you know, I don't think No Effects is pop punk like a Blink 182, but more trendy, positive sounding. But then you go to a Dropkick Murphy show. That was probably one of the most craziest mosh pits I've ever seen, because it was the biggest mosh pit I've ever seen in person. The largest mosh pit I've seen on video would be a Primus show, but you can see the
Primus sucks. Primus sucks.
You don't like Primus?
Sucks. No, that's what you. That's what you back in the clubs. That's what you screamed at Primus.
Oh, see, I've never been to a
because
Primus.
Primus is a vacuum cleaner. Bring it back to Hoover.
Oh,
Hoover.
dang.
Thank you.
Wow, what a
circle.
sync.
Full circle.
Nuts.
Primus. And isn't Primus also a RoboCop or a Robo or a Transformer?
Yeah.
Optimus Prime.
Optimus Primus.
Optimus Primus.
Optimus Primus.
You know the intro to South Park is Primus?
Yeah, it's What's his name?
Primus.
He's such a
Les Claypool.
Les Claypool. Man, he was unique at
So
the very
creative.
least. I mean, there's lots of bass players that kind of
Did he die recently?
No.
No.
Okay.
I don't know what he's doing now. That oyster head thing was pretty killer with what was it?
Didn't that have a vacuum on the cover, or am I just making that up now?
Oh, I don't know. I
Say
don't
that
remember.
again.
Oyster
I'll
head?
look it up. Say it. I'll find it. What, the Oysterhead album?
It was just called Oysterhead.
I like
had,
Spelling the Seas of Cheese. That's their best album, in my opinion.
It really is.
You like that
love
album too?
one. Yeah. I mean, if you're playing bass, like Les Claypool was the shit. I mean, nobody really was playing fretless anyway at the time, and being able to do those slides and shit that he does, but his intonation is like spot on. Like that was a trip to watch in punk. Like the only other fretless bass player I could remember was the bass player from this Christian punk band called Scattered Few. And that band turned out to be HR's backing band. And HR was the singer for Bad Brains. Weird World.
That's the guy that went insane.
Yeah. So if you ever see the documentary Finding Joseph, it's fantastic because he's struggling with his schizophrenia, and his mental illness. That's why he was jumping around to all the bands and stuff. If you remember, he was playing with the Sublime guys, Rome. He was playing with
didn't know
Rome.
that.
And because he was floating around all these bands because everybody still loved him. He still could perform great, but he's, practically homeless from time to time because of his living in what they would call living in his delusion. Like psychologically, they would say this guy's clearly delusional, but like if you're in Joseph's head and you're hearing things, like you could see him in one interview where he like does this thing where he's like, because I talked to him one time at DPC in Tucson, and he does this thing, like he always had this crazy grin on his face, but fucking coolest show I've ever seen. But his eyes were always darting because what I realized later after watching the documentary, he was listening to voices. Like that's like one of the things one of the trips you can see where people are kind of like giving themselves away if they're struggling with it sometimes, like they get distracted like that. But recommend it.
What's it
Finding
called again?
Joseph. Finding Joseph.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's on Tubi or something. You can find it. But Fretless Basses, yeah, man. Love that shit.
I wish I knew this. There's so
You
much.
learn it.
Yeah, I will.
You're
Eventually.
spring chicken.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're just finding out all this stuff for the first
Oh,
time. It's
I'm
all
like-
amazing.
Yeah,
That's
it really
cool.
is. It really
There's
is.
something that happens with certain music, like it affects us. Like
Mhm.
if you listen to I've never been to a rave,
Changes you.
but I've seen footage. They jump up and down. Like I don't know. Or they do this with the
Yeah, it
hand.
depends where you go. Like if you're going to like a fucking trap session, it's different. A lot of twerking. If you go to techno, it's a lot of dancing and like grooving. If you go to like, I forgot the word, where there's a lot of jumping, that's the mainstream house, like huge type of music. EDM, there you go, the EDM scene. But yeah, that's not my scene. I like the beats.
Have you gone to enough old shows? Old
Do you?
punk
What
shows
about
to see anybody?
this song? Do you think you're better off
Oh,
alone?
man, that's not my
DJ.
jive. Mine is like boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and
Boots and
Hot
cats.
and hot.
uh-huh.
I
Boots
sing
and
boots
cats.
and pants.
Like puss in boots, boots and cats and boots and cats. I don't know.
I've been to so many shows. I've seen all the punk shows, so many
Me
heart
too.
metal shows, hip hop shows. I saw Nonfiction. I know Paranoid American did a hip hop breakdown. I saw Nonfiction perform in a tent in Las Vegas. Must have been like 10 people in there when I was a kid. So I've seen everything. And being in the Juggalo world was really cool because ICP introduced the young Juggalo kids, like 14, to so many aspects of hip hop culture. Like they had 2 Live Crew perform. So as a kid, I was able to see a lot of legends in the hip hop world.
Do you think Slipknot stole ICP's shtick and turned it dark?
I don't think so. No, because Slipknot, they're wearing masks. ICP, they're wearing face paint.
Did ICP steal Kiss's shtick, or is Kiss, could they be considered
No,
juggalos?
They're the
Kiss
inverse.
stole-
Juggalos.
Kiss stole
Stole
ICP.
Alice Cooper's shtick.
Well, Kiss stole ICP's because ICP goes back to year 1775. Simon J was around 300 and something, but he was still alive. And which is interesting because that's during the Illuminati founding, 1775. So according to Violent J, Kiss stole their stuff because Violent J was born in 1775. Because the wicked clowns never die.
Real Rye or Die wants to know, is Sting from WWE a juggalo?
ICP was really into wrestling that was like their dream. So probably, I'm not sure. I know The Rock was a juggalo. He wore the Riddle Box T-shirt.
Do
So
they
does
still
he
do
get
a
your
yearly?
vote then?
Oh,
I don't
sorry,
like
go
him.
ahead.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah,
Do you still do?
I-
Do they have an annual festival still?
yeah. The Gathering of the Juggalos.
Do you still do it?
I've only been once when I was 2 years sober and walk a flock of flame threw a Hennessy bottle around in the mosh pit, and some of it got in my eyeball and it burnt, and then I realized I shouldn't be here. And
Yeah, dude. Yep.
I left.
Good for you, man. It's hard to go back. I remember going to a show at the DPC in Tucson where this band Crash Worship, who knows where those guys are now, but the guy put a pantyhose on his head with a I think a sock soaked in gasoline, and he was swinging it around, almost hitting jumped into the crowd, and everybody whoosh. Shortly after, the DPC burned down.
Well, you got all these weird rituals with Travis Scott and Pearl Jam and the Who, where all these people get trampled, and then there's always some sort of they get more famous after it. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes down. I've seen Missy Elliott.
I got a hot take on this. I can't think of, maybe on one hand, the number of concerts I've been to where the live music was worth going through all the hassle versus just staying at home and putting the album on and listening to like their best take and
That's
all
where I'm
mix
at
and-
now.
Hey,
Especially if we're talking like rap and hip hop. The best show I went to was Devin the Dude, and that was only because everyone in the crowd like
I love Devin
passed
the
the
Dude.
blunt around the whole place, but then everyone was sick for 2 weeks too.
Oh
afterwards.
no.
But
I've never been to a
musically, I'd rather
concert.
just listen to it on like a system. Sorry.
There's
Yeah, I feel that.
there's a video you can find of Roland Kirk on, I don't know if you can find it anymore, but he used to have a medicine bag with heroin in it, and he would give it out to his people and the people in his crowd. He's a blind dude. So crazy, amazing player. Like when you see other sax players play more than one saxophone at a time, it comes from that dude. He would play like a nose flute at the same time as playing an alto sax and stuff like this. Crazy. But he was on, it was the 60s, and they were all dishing brown heroin to everybody. It was just a thing.
That's crazy. That's nuts.
Yeah, that was a big in the jazz.
In the
So like
jazz.
you got the CIA really pushing each musical act has a certain pharmaceutical connection to it, and jazz was very connected to the heroin. But like right now, it's all about, it's the same thing. It's the heroin is popular with all the rappers with the lean, with with the scissor, and it's all for mind control. It's all mind control.
Yeah, the codeine.
What was G?
G is meth, I believe.
GHB.
Oh, GHB is like a
Yeah,
gateway drug, I
That's
think.
what G was.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. It was like
Wow.
it was like for men it would like hit them like work like a little bit of a testosterone boost unless they kept doing it. But for ladies, they'd get one of two things. They would either turn into the Incredible Hulk or go into a G hole and completely pass out. And so guys would give girls a little bit of this in hopes that they didn't turn into the Incredible Hulk, because if she fully passed out, they can have their way with her.
That's so
Wow.
fucked up.
So it was called the date rape drug.
If
Yeah.
your beer gets fizzy, leave it alone.
You better make a better poem than that. If your beer gets fizzy, leaving a tizzy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the
Such a poet.
skizzy.
Yeah. If your beer gets tizzy, they're about to get frizzy.
Mhm.
Jizzy.
God.
Yeah, if the beer
Right.
gets fizzy, then
If
your
you
mouth's
need a-
about to get jizzy.
I
If you
heard
need
that,
a-
where we cheers comes sort of from that. Where cheers, because back in the day, most people drank alcohol because
Prost.
it was so toxic that you cheers because your beer gets into their beer and vice versa, because people were like poisoning people with hemlock or whatever. And so that's where the cheers comes from. That's what I've heard. I don't know if it's true or not because I didn't live back then.
I
Well,
wanted-
it's real in Germany when they say Prost, like part of the thing when you say cheers is you have to make eye contact with somebody. So it would be interesting if that was a thing, because you don't just go slamming your glass into somebody. You make eye contact the whole time with them. Cheers, but it's probably because you don't trust them like
It's a
the same
trust
way.
thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you need to use a date drug to get laid, you're pathetic. I'm just saying. That's
Yeah,
you
take
gotta
that, Bill
work on yourself.
Cosby.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, Bill.
All you motherfucking elites.
Ain't popping this
P.
pudding.
Diddy. The Rock.
I want that cozy crone pudding. Pop. Pathetic. Sorry.
Everybody, it's just a
I
cartoon of
still
a
think it's
cartoon of a
so
cartoon.
crazy. I don't know if it was on here last time we were talking or in some other chat room of recent that Bill Cosby was a gynecologist in DC, and he did gynecology out of
right.
his house.
That's nuts. Wow.
That's a
And
different
everybody was just like
timeline.
normal.
Yeah.
That's
Nope, we're
normal.
wearing sweaters.
Yeah.
Everybody looks good.
It's fine.
That's nuts.
The Huxtable.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect
That's-
family.
So what about J Edgar Hoover?
I was just thinking
Yeah,
that.
he's a dirty.
We kind
Speaking
of
of
got
dirty
off
little
What about
boys.
him?
Yeah,
Huh?
let's.
Before we go all the way into J Edgar, let's see if I can get this to work in a jiffy. So you know our friend Philip, the Secret Society of Good Guys, and he always has the most amount of information on things. It blows my mind every time. So I'm like, send me just when you hear the word of the week, send me where your head goes with it. And so he sent me a 2-minute voicemail.
I want to hear this.
I know, and I'm gonna play it for you guys right now, but it is about J Edgar. So I was like, okay, this is a perfect time to do it.
Yes.
So this is the Philip Files.
Hey, Philip. Salute.
Let's see. Let's see.
How does a troll like J. Edgar Hoover stay in power for the better part of almost 50 years? Well, he does it through blackmail and the leveraging of that blackmail to further his agenda and push his bureau to the forefront of American law enforcement. J. Edgar Hoover took over the Federal Bureau of Investigation in 1948 and ran it until his death in 1972, serving 8 presidential administrations. His personal and confidential and secret files were feared in Washington, D.C. and through the rest of the country because any release of information that Hoover might have held, and it could have just been third-hand gossip, but it was in those files, could ruin a career, ruin lives. Hoover ruined the lives of his own agents if they embarrassed the agency in any way. All you need to do is look into the career of Melvin Purvis, who was credited with bringing in the death apprehension of John Dillinger and various of the other public enemies of the 30s. And Hoover not getting, top billing on that was enough to turn a favorite agent into someone who needed to be ruined at all costs. How someone like this went from, at one point, a clerk in the Library of Congress to the chief law enforcement officer in the United States was through having access, also being meticulous and having a filing system that was unparalleled. And that started during the early communist witch hunts in the United States in the late 19 teens to 1920s.
All right. That's the Philip
Wow.
files in the beginning
That's
of
another Hoover.
J Edgar Hoover.
I
Raids.
were we supposed to talk about J Edgar Hoover the whole time?
No, all the Hoovers. Any Hoover
Okay.
comes up.
Yeah.
It's weird that they both
the
have
word?
Hoover. Yeah,
Which
it's
is
weird.
really
Big Mish, Larry
Here.
Hoover. Let me
Right.
shut
Can I-
up.
okay. I'm not going to
Yeah,
bring
not-
anything up, but it is interesting that the term Hoover from Choosing Therapy, this website here.
narcissism. Hoover.
Yeah,
hovering,
yeah.
hoovering.
The hoovering is a form of emotional abuse that occurs when someone feels threatened by another person withdrawing from or leaving a relationship. A person hoovers when they want attention, even if that attention is negative. For example, someone might be clingy or engage in subtle revenge tactics as a way to hoover their partner or other people they're afraid of losing. In short, it sounds like Hoover himself, doesn't it?
Right.
I don't know if Hoover
'Cause
kind of
he
almost
used
has
to-
a shaming ritual about him that
Well-
he's owned first, and then he blackmails everybody else under the ownership of the blackmail they have on him.
Well, that's part of it. There's actually a specific part of blackmail and emotional blackmail in hoovering.
It seems like it. It sounds like a lot of what you're talking about with hoovering to me, because I had never heard this term before. It sounds like an energy vampire.
Mm.
Like a narcissist, like kind of energy vampire. They're like riding on your energy. Oh,
Sucking
yes,
the energy
that was
dry.
a sound.
Uh-huh. I'm just kidding.
And well, that's what
ASMR.
Hoover sucks.
That was gas passing through.
That's
Have you heard
technically-
that J. Edgar Hoover personally recruited Walt Disney into the FBI as a special agent in charge? 'Cause
No.
this was essentially like an aspect of like McCarthyism, where they were afraid that even the animation industry was going to be overrun by, you know, those dirty red commies, and they were going to be sneaking all these messages into the movies. And J. Edgar Hoover basically got Walt Disney on his side by telling Walt Disney, who had a really weird complex with his parents. He like was fighting with his dad, never had a great relationship with his dad. And J. Edgar Hoover tells Walt Disney, "Hey, we found your real dad. He's actually like like Spanish royalty. Like you've got royal blood in you, but at some point in your history, you were kidnapped, or someone in your family was like kidnapped and whisked away, and you're living with your evil step parents," which is just like every single Disney movie ever, right? But this is the actual story that J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI was feeding Walt Disney to get him on their side, and they dangle this carrot of like, and if you just tell us who the commies are, we'll give you a little bit more info. Maybe we'll connect you to your original bloodlines.
Wow.
Hmm.
Can you pull that picture back up? 'Cause
What
I noticed
one?
Something on the side of J. Edgar.
J. Edgar Hoover and his fancy pants shirt
Yeah.
team.
And I just read most recently that when Walt Disney went to Bohemian Grove, that's what inspired him to make Snow White, and the sleeping scene of the dwarves was inspired from Bohemian Grove visit.
When you had it up before, sorry, there was a 128 on the side.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like $128 to buy that picture.
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
that
Here,
too.
I have it. I just clicked on that one picture I was just on. So it's the exact same one. I'll pull it back up.
So, J. Edgar Hoover, I'm not sure if you've seen that new film.
Those shoes, though,
I wear
fire.
'em.
Fire.
Yep.
Fire. I've had those in black.
Yes,
And
me
white.
too.
That was when I
Yes.
was in my skank and pickle days.
Dude, I love that band.
Asian
Was
That was-
dyeing your hair jet black a thing back then?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
like
that's
Black Dahlia.
greaser.
Like Elvis?
Elvis. Yeah.
So have you seen Killers of the Flower Moon? The new movie
No.
by Martin Scorsese.
It keeps popping up.
Yeah,
It's-
is
what
it
do you
good?
think?
It's very good. I
Okay.
mean, probably I think it was the best movie of the year. in my opinion, I really enjoyed the main star, the actress, even though I know that's not a PC word to say anymore or whatever. Actress, like you got to call them actors, but that girl that played the character.
I thought
she
you
went-
had to call them members on Epstein's flight log.
yeah, for sure. But her acting is so good in that, and it's probably because of Martin Scorsese. Is directing. Like Tom Hanks is a terrible. Like if you see him in his interviews, there's no charisma, there's nothing. But you see him in a movie, he's amazing because it's the director that's like bringing out the emotion. And the girl's emotion is amazing. But J Edgar Hoover's in it, and it gets into a lot of secret society stuff in the film.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely worth watching.
I think I
I
will.
feel
now.
like it's a modern live reenactment adult movie of Pocahontas. It basically follows the same beats as Pocahontas does.
Interesting.
So you've seen it, Paranoid?
Yeah, recently.
Okay, so this is what I think it is. I think it was an occult for initiates only. I think it was a battle between the Scottish and York Rite of who's actually in power. You could tell me if that's crazy talk, but you got J. Edgar Hoover, who was part of the Scottish Rite, right? And then the Robert De Niro, who's part of the York Rite. And I could be totally wrong, but it seems like it was who's actually in power is the Scottish Rite and not the York Rite.
I mean, I'm Scottish Rite till I die, so yeah, woo woo, Scottish Rite.
You think that's what it was? I heard the Scottish Rite goes to 33 and the York Rite doesn't. Is that true or no?
It is true, but they're different. They're lateral, so it's not like a ladder going upwards and like each degree is like you're moving up. It's just like left and right. It would be like if you worked in a kitchen and they do a rotation where it's like, okay, now you're I don't know if this works in all kitchens, but like now you're doing the dishes this week, and then next week you're doing prep, and the next week you're doing expedition, and it's to get you to like rotate through everything. So a lot of that in Freemasonry is about like rotating through the different roles. Like even in a lodge, people say like the worshipful master, but he's not like he kind of is like the administrative leader, but he doesn't like rule you or anything. And it's not that you're worshiping him; it's that he is so full of worship towards the architect, right? That he's the worshipful master, and that like he's the best at worshiping. But then the very next time they do elections, like he might end up being the secretary, and someone else comes in and they become the worshipful master. So it's very much this like cycling of responsibilities. Like you do the dishes this week, I'll do the
That's
dishes
how birds
next week,
operate.
kind of thing.
Birds operate the same way. They change leadership patterns. So the bird that's in the front of the flock, they be switching for the flock.
But there's probably like the main three birds that are like, yo, don't let any of these guys in the back ever get up front. Never again.
So
Because the guys in the back are talking like, ugh, it sucks when he runs it. When you get up there, don't let him up again. When he gets back to the second, push him back to the third.
Yeah, and then this guy's going, I don't want to be that guy.
I don't want him. He talks too much next to me. What about if they're all just trying to get away from the chatty guy in the back?
You're right.
Well,
As I was saying, as a Mason, you can be in both. Like it's not like you have to pick like the left or the right, fork in the road. Like you can go all the way through York Rite and then be like, oh, that was cool. Now I'm gonna go and collect all the like I think like Cub Scout badges is one of the better analogies here. It's like you can go through and collect all the badges in the York Rite, and then when you're done, then you can go and collect all the badges in the Scottish Rite. And it's not
and then
like
you're an Eagle Scout.
Right, and it's not like the second you become an Eagle Scout, you never do any of the stuff that you ever did as a polywog or whatever the hell the different, rankings are, right? It's like you still retain all that information, all those skills, but like every time you get a new badge, it's like one extra notch in your belt. And that's really what Scottish Rite and York Rite's about. The other biggest difference is the Scottish Rite tends to get more into like Egyptian, pagan, sort of like old worldly stuff, and then York Rite tends to focus, like hyper focus on the Bible and Christianity.
And then,
Yeah,
so
that
like
makes
in this film, if you haven't seen it, where I was alluding to was, I don't know if that's the right word, but Robert De Niro's like, I'm a 32nd degree Mason. Nobody can mess with me, right?
Yeah.
And then at
He's like
33rd,
spanking him.
yeah, he's spanking him. He's like, no one can mess with me. I'm 32nd. And then they don't say this, but you got J Edgar Hoover comes in and puts him in jail, and J Edgar Hoover is a 33rd. So that's why I thought that it was like symbolism there for initiates
Well,
only.
that is different. Like, but the difference between 33 and everything below that, there is a difference because 33 is kind of like an honorary degree. It's almost, I mean, this is a really bad analogy, but it's almost like a PhD, where it's like someone with a PhD might not necessarily be superior to you, but they can pull rank in a way that someone that just like got better grades than you in the same class got. Like, that person's not your superior. You might go to them for advice, but they can't ever pull rank. But someone that's 33rd, like, they've been bestowed this honorary degree by like the Supreme Council. So therefore, that it's kind of implied like, I got homies, you know, like up above you. So what I say has a little bit more weight to it. I don't think it doesn't work exactly like that, but that's kind of how it is.
Where do the Shriners come into all of this?
That's the drinking club. That's my opinion, is that
Really?
like, you go through the York Rite and you go through the Scottish Rite, and you're like, that's cool and all, but now I want to have a beer. Usually that's where you get into the Shriners. And then if you get all the way to the end of the Shriners and you're like, I want to have even more beer, they're like, all right, check out the Jesters. And that's when you get into like the human trafficking and whatnot.
That's crazy.
Well, and then there's
Like the Hells Angels of it all.
Mizram.
That's kind of, they're the Hellfire Club of the Freemasons a little bit. Yeah.
You got the Memphis Rite too, which goes up to 96 degrees, I believe. And then you got the 96 people who died building the Hoover Dam.
Well, the rights of Memphis and Mizraim, I think, go up to 99.
Nothing
That's
more.
what I've heard 99, but I've also heard 96. So it seems like there's conflicting reports on how many there
Yeah, and this,
actually are.
honestly, this is the cooler, in my opinion, I'm biased, but this is one of the cooler parts of the history of Scottish Rite Freemasonry in America, is that Albert Pike, the big bad Albert Pike that designed World War III and whatever, depending on who you talk to, but that he kind of saw around, because what people were doing is they were literally going door to door and like knocking, like, hey, ma'am, where's the man of the house? Oh, hey, sir, have you been part of the Freemasons? Have you heard about this? Well, guess what? You know, for today, for the low price of just like $7, you can now become a 33rd degree Mason. And then a guy would come back, you know, 5 minutes later, a new guy knock on the door, and you'd be like, oh, did Joe come by and told you about 33rd? Oh, don't worry about Joe. We go up to degree 34 and we're only $6. And it turned into this like nonstop commercial thing where people were like knocking on the door and they're like, well, we go up to 70 degrees. And then it just, so Albert Pike comes in and they decide to kind of like standardize it. And it's like, nah, guys, there's 32 degrees, full stop. You're not allowed to solicit it. You're not allowed to charge money for it. And they kind of like lay down the law in that way. So I don't know. I think that's kind of the Memphis and Mizraim rights, where it goes up to 99. That's a side effect, leftover of like the Bavarian Illuminati, where it was like, oh crap, these dudes already bought the VIP platinum package. What do we do now? How do we get more money? Well, just tell them that there's a VIP plus package and a VIP plus. And that's kind of how you get from 3 degrees to 7 degrees to 30 to 99. And it could have just kept going on forever, but it just wasn't sustainable, as Von Nige found out, where he's like, wait a minute, where are all these degrees coming from? And then Adam Weishaupt's like, oh, that's your department, dude. Like, get to it.
It's like AirPods, how they took the audio jack.
So I was thinking about the 96 deaths, right? So they all supposedly die on this dam. And it's this water, you know, it's all this water there, and the rock, the Boulder Dam. So it's like, what's the ritual and what's the magic that they're doing behind these deaths if they aren't accidental and actual ritual killings? What's the magic there with the water that they're trying to produce by doing that?
I think this sign on the dam is so interesting. They died to make the desert bloom.
And doesn't that look like Tenet? Paranoid?
Looks like
something weird.
It does a little bit.
Weird how like vacuums are like air, and then they got this water thing.
I've been down this like trippy thing with that. If you pull it back up, looking into this Eleusinian mysteries has
I
got
think
me
I have
like.
the big one too somewhere.
That's what she said.
You know what I'm talking about with the panels on both sides of this? I'll find that one while you're talking about this one. Go on.
So like there's this wheat above him, and even if you look at the picture of Adam Weishaupt, he's got like this wheat around him, and looking into where all these cults are stemming from the Elysian mysteries, it was all about agricultural goddesses for fertility type rituals that would go on of death and rebirth, and this is sort of kind of looks like some sort of like rebirthing of something, but it was connected.
112 deaths.
And it kind of looks like the
Sorry, I didn't mean
Starbucks
to
logo
interrupt.
too.
Well, that's probably 100. Like the 96, it was like I've got a bunch of articles
In the
saying
making
that.
of it, and then the other people died of
Construction,
like some kind of weird because they pneumonia afterward or something.
Yeah, there was a bunch of weird reasons.
Was it concrete lung, cement lung?
Yeah, but like maybe the one, I don't know. I got a bunch of
remember what they
reports
call
that say 96.
They died to make the desert bloom.
Yeah. So,
That's
but
when they
this
built
whole
it, right?
the human
Did
sacrifice.
anybody die last year when they blew it up?
No. The Transformer, no.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of predictive programming, I think, in Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead live in house 322. And in that movie, Beavis and Butthead Do America, there's a cyber incident, sort of, where the whole town goes dark and the Hoover Dam floods Hank Hill, well, the character who became Hank Hill. And I think that was predictive programming for
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson. Yeah.
Do you guys remember when the right after, it's interesting that Paranoid American had the shaman on his show today, because right after the Pizzagate broke, and then they were trying to connect these things all ahead of time. It was almost like they were trying to get ahead of the story in a way. And the guy goes into Comet Ping Pong and shoots just the hard drive of the computer. And they're like, he was a QAnon, or whatever. They call him like an Anon. And then there was a guy on the Hoover Dam that he blocks the entire Hoover Dam, and was sentenced just recently, but he was an Anon. And so they're like, man pleads guilty to terrorism charge after blocking Hoover Dam bridge with armored truck. And so they tried to apparently block the bridge in support of the QAnon movement.
Why'd he plead
Look at
guilty?
the ad for those
Why?
Inception tops.
Yeah,
That's
that's
me.
what I was like. What is
What
that
the
to do with it?
That's me. That's my I have
What's-
those.
What was his link to Q?
Don't look at my dream totem, you guys.
And then you had that rainbow bridge, right? That kind of went down. That was a weird thing. There's something with bridges in the movie Pixels. They bring up how there's a pyramid underneath the Hoover Dam, and the cover to it, you got the Golden Gate Bridge. So there's something with bridges and rituals for sure. So when
Ooh.
with the Hoover, Gordy said, how do you know it was Hoover Dam with the $50 bill? It could be like any type of dam. Like there's another dam that collapsed, and there's like a huge connection to rituals to it, which could have been that $50 bill. Like that could have already happened.
Do you
with that
guys
other-
remember that movie where this girl, it's like a romantic movie, I believe, where this girl, I guess, jumps off a bridge and she teleports into a
Oh,
portal
yeah.
and
That
gets
was a
back
TV
in
show.
time. So it's
Mhm.
like, are they testing like if they can find portals between like the bridges and shit? Like I have that feeling
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah,
It's like
there
people
is.
just
There is.
are
for sure.
drawn to
Castaneda
going-
talks about it, actually. That is like, there are portals, like for sure. But then the
Huh.
other thing about it, like, wait, the bridge thing, were either of you girls like Girl Scouts?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
I was definitely
Okay.
not.
Or yes.
Oh yeah, you know I was.
Well, you never know. Your mom might have made you.
Oh no,
gotta like hanging out with all the girls.
a perfect place to pick up the ladies.
Yeah.
I was a cheerleader.
That's how she got all her cookies.
I know.
So, do you remember, like, because I was a brownie, I actually but the ceremony between, like, when you graduate from one to the next is called bridging up, and they do a ceremony with a bridge.
Well,
Can I
like,
share? Can I share my
in,
screen?
Toads, my goats.
Yeah.
In Sami culture, they call the like there's people that are the bridge. They call it solita between the underworld and the living world. So like just a witch would be called a noita, and then a bridge is a solita.
This is just a video clip of a portal in the Hoover Dam. They did a light show and they were showing the portal, and they also showed it like flooding too. So it's flooding here, and then there's a portal later.
They did this as a light show on the Hoover Dam?
Yeah, like a long time ago. I don't know
Really?
when. Yeah, so just
And that's what they chose to do with it, huh?
yeah, it's like flooding and. But the thing you're talking about is a TV show where she jumps off of the thing, I think, of the bridge. And
Actually, it's with what's that girl? She's a redhead. She's like a sweet actress. Did they mention her in the chat?
I don't know. Keep doing their impression of her
Emma
voice. I'm gonna get
Stone?
it in a second.
It's a movie, and she goes back in time, and she no. This guy comes into the future, okay, and then finds a portal as they're building the Brooklyn Bridge, and she falls in love with him, and then she goes back in
Oh,
time.
Enchanted?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I thought that she came out of the sewer.
You guys
No,
with
it's a
that
bridge.
could have won a
Sure.
game show.
Shit.
Like
love that
bridge.
movie.
that was good.
I was like, oh, redhead, and she's sweet. And then I was
Yeah.
Like the pyramid.
Yeah.
This is
Yes. With that British actor, I forgot his name. I'm bad at that. I'm bad at names. But it was about like building the Brooklyn Bridge, and there was a portal between the bridge, and that's how they went back and forth in time at a specific time. And how people are like connected to committing suicide in bridges for some reason. It's like, can they teleport somewhere? Can their soul
Yeah.
go somewhere?
So on the winter solstice, there was a weird thing like that in Winona, Minnesota. And the woman was 33 years old. And there's a bridge from Winona over to Wisconsin. And there's been a lot of like those happy face killer things going on in that area, which is usually like men, but I kind of was like, okay, it's the solstice, she's 33, this is a bridge, like something weird's going on there.
Yeah, Isaac. Well, not really Isaac Cappy. It was kind of a bridge, but underpass or overpass or something.
yeah, the Route
Yeah.
60, wasn't that Route 66?
I think so, right?
Runs right through my town.
And the show I was talking about was called the OA.
Love
I
the
love
OA.
the OA.
We know all about
That's
the
based
OA.
on Castaneda
That,
too.
we're
That's
OAers over here.
If you don't
Was
know
that
about
the
that,
same like the storyline at all, or no?
Wait, how did it go?
I just remember.
Yeah. I don't know. It's the whole
Or was it like that?
based on the-
movements and yeah, you explain it, Abby. You know.
and the Carlos Castaneda. They're all related. Like this group of Russians who did dream hacking. They were actually computer hackers, and they got hired by a government agency to like hack dreaming. So they went through and they did this huge dig, just like what we would do, like any topic. And they found all this dream research. And so then they started this project where they started recording people's dreams. Like they were paying people to come in, and just like in the show, like where they pay like there's people who are like paid to like lay down and sleep and then record their dreams. But they learned dream hacking mostly from Carlos Castaneda, and that's what like Carlos Castaneda gets a bad rap. They say that he's fake, but I started with The Art of Dreaming, and it's the first book on dreaming. The first guy to write about lucid dreaming before lucid dreaming was even considered real by science. And you can try everything in it, and it freaking works.
And it all
so
works.
this guy knows what the hell he's talking about. So and it like the OA is all based on it because the Russian dream hackers actually like did the Carlos Castaneda work, and so the OA is basically like a fictionalized account of it, but it's all the same stuff. The movements that they're getting are what he calls the magical passes.
It's like I always think that these films, they come up with it like creatively, but they're all taking it from like other stuff.
Yeah, it is. It's all taken from other stuff, like real stuff.
And if you kind of think of it in the quantum of it, in season 1, the cast, they realize the hack that if they eat something alive in their dream, then they can stay alive forever. And they can jump portals into different flesh almost. They can jump timelines into different flesh and different bodies and still
if
come
you eat
together
something
again.
in the dream,
like a fish or something, like a goldfish or something.
have you ever ate anything in a dream?
A frog.
I've never ate anything like I eat all the time in dreams. And sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not, but I've never eaten like an animal alive. I've eaten like a live mushroom from the water, and I tasted it the whole next day. It grossed me out.
It has to be alive.
In the dream hack of the Russian dream hackers.
When you're an animal, you eat them alive. So yeah, kind of.
It's interesting this is coming up right now, kind of sidebar, kind of sidestep, I should call it. There is the new show on Netflix, and it is the remake of the movie Alive. It's called Society of the Snow.
Oh.
And I just remember like being young when that movie Alive came out, like being, impressionable. And it was like a whole talk, almost like in the way of Indecent Proposal, where everybody was like, well, what would you do for $1 million kind of idea. And so I feel like this movie Alive comes out about this rugby team that like their plane crashes and they survive like 2 months in the mountains because they eat the people who die.
Oh,
spoiler alert. Jeez.
Yeah.
Spoiler.
So crazy. My coworker was talking about it today. He's like, yeah, you need to watch this movie. It's so good. I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to watch that.
Is it in English?
There's a decent dubbing of it if you want to watch it. But the old version is in English. I think the old one has Ethan Hawke in it.
Yeah, it does. Federico. I just remember one guy's name was Federico.
I really enjoy those movies with the cannibalism after the plane crashes. Like,
yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like this push of cannibalism. Like, oh, why do they want this in our zeitgeist again?
It might be in
The 100 too. The 100 did that as well. Did you guys watch the 100?
Not in the final seasons, but not in the last few seasons. But I think it's interesting how all the quantum and everything of it is coming up, which also I think attaches a lot to the Hoover Dam.
Is it paranoid to be like wary of what I watch now? Because like there's certain things I choose to watch and not to watch for like a purpose that I feel like is deeper than I can express.
You should be. You need to have your inner guardian on. Like, I won't watch certain things. No, like I used to love horror movies.
Yeah,
like that was
same.
the thing I did. But the thing is that I'm magic as fuck. So I probably shouldn't be watching shit that I'm gonna fucking project into reality. So
yeah.
I just watched a show called The Detroiters, which was hilarious.
I never watched horror movies. I mean, I did when I was a kid, but then I hit this phase in my life for like 20 years and I wasn't into them at all. When I was dying, I found such a comfort in horror movies. That's when I took in all these horror movies that all my guy friends had been telling me for years that I needed to watch. I just laid with like, and I just took in horror movie after horror movie, and it did nothing. Like it was like I could take it in like a research instead of any shock value or startle.
What
was-
I
was
think
your
that's
favorite
if you could do it for
one?
an observer, you're good.
My favorite
yeah.
too,
What,
easy.
what were you watching?
That I can watch again and again now, and that were pushed upon me. I love Hereditary and Midsummer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Good. It's by the same director, right?
Yeah, and I think there's something so it just made so much make sense to me, including like even when you were talking about Chucky earlier, or a lot of the rituals that a lot of the secret societies do, or even in the OA of it all, that there seems to be something about being able to go into another vessel.
Yeah, it's full of horror films are full, especially the older ones, the Alfred Hitchcocks, or way before that, the Brides of Dracula. I love that movie.
Yeah.
The Wolfman
surprised
is a good one.
The best one is The Bride of Frankenstein.
Bride of
It's better than
Frankenstein.
it's better.
Mhm.
It's got like if you want to like go to homunculus lore, that's the one, because they talk about the what's his name, Dr. Parnassus brings out the little ones, the little people.
Okay.
Have you ever seen it? There's this crazy weird thing where it was like really pushing the technological like film at the time, but they were able to like do miniature people like one of them is a mermaid, and one of them is a ballerina, and one of them
this
is
is in
a
the Bride of
king. The
Frankenstein.
Bride of Frankenstein, yeah. It's really a trip. And there's a scene where he and the monster are kind of bonding, and he calls him he was talking about wanting to be dead or something. And he's like, you are a man first in your generation. And I always thought that was like a weird quote. Like, why did he use that? And I'm like, oh, of course, he's like the only man. He's the only one. He's the first one that guy made. So of course.
Oh, I gotta watch
It's a double pun. It's a really great movie. It's actually funny, which is also one thing that I love about horror is like Army of Darkness.
I love Army of Darkness. Yes, Evil
Which
Dead
is
3.
where my name comes from.
Oh, really?
Well, kind of. Not really. The name comes from my buddy Tim, because he drew
Shout
a
out to
comic book when
Sam Raimi.
Yeah, shout out to Sam Raimi. Shout out to Tim Cook, because he wrote a comic book of me and him as superheroes when we were kids, and that was my name.
I think that the horror films used to be very psychological in a healthy sense, and then some type of Illuminati-esque pushed horror as well, because the horror films today are so different, where it's just a loud noise, right? And then blood and gore and loud noises. That is too super toxic. So I feel like there's two different aspects, but comedy and horror they're like the same thing in a weird way.
Well, also
even the spiritual part of like horror, like the exorcisms and the like, possessions of your body and people, that I can't mess with that at all.
Yeah, I can't do those ones
I can't
either.
do that at all. Like my anxiety, like I'm like biting my nails off, like I'm looking around me, I get paranoid. I feel like an entity, like I feel like I'm drawing an entity into the room with that energy. I feel like it looshes me into like making it real. Yeah, I don't know.
Hereditary was. I got that.
In that way of like watching movies, do you think magicians or musicians or rock stars or Vegas, do you think they could get on stage and kind of conduct these ceremonies and conjure energies or these things into the room in a group setting with all those people around? That might be like an egregore or a servitor or something for them that might exist in a way that you're feeling like these movies or television shows also might do.
I feel like, especially those movies, people, even mass, viewings of these shows, a lot of people, like The Exorcist, for instance, a lot of people kind of like lost their minds when they first seen that movie in the theaters. Like it was kind of like mass hysteria, but not
Mhm.
to the extreme level. But it scared the living shit out of people, and people started kind of feeling like they were being possessed. So I don't know. I feel like they
Yeah.
put magic
What
behind
about Jaws?
movies.
Do you think in the same way that Jaws could make sharks attack in a way they never did in history? Like, because all of a sudden, if
Oh,
they say dogs and sharks feed on fear, they can sense our fear, then we would never have a fear of them until the movies told us to have the fear. So they give us Cujo
Right.
and Jaws, and now
And then they
all of
give
a
us
sudden,
coronavirus.
yeah, but
Or
they
like
Wow.
say stress
strangers or get
makes people
out.
sick.
Like all of a sudden now or the purge even. Now you're afraid of your neighbors and everybody in your community because that stuff is creepy.
because that's very real. Like when you're putting like a certain group under a certain stress, whatever it may be, whether it's like a possession or whether it's like studying or whatever, or just stress, it can cause mass hysteria and it'll give you
Yeah.
symptoms of having a flu, like flu-like symptoms. So it's like a very real thing. But now they don't even acknowledge that in the medical field, and that could be the answer to a lot of reasons why people are getting sick, because they're turning on their televisions and listening to what they're saying, and they're feeding fear, and then this mass fucking hysteria starts to happen, and then shit breaks out instead of sitting back.
Oh,
No,
that's
not even
another one.
is it
Fear,
something in the
kidney, and
like
bladder meridian. By the way,
Huh?
fear is another emotion. It's your kidney and bladder meridian, and that makes sense too.
your pants?
Yeah.
Like when you're
So
scared, you pee
if
pants.
it's hitting your kidney and bladder, it's like, is that why? Like, yeah. Can you explain a little more on that? How to heal that? Because it seems
Well,
like,
so your kid, like if a fearful person, anxiety is fear also. Like usually you will have a correlation. Like the bladder meridian, I want to say runs down the back of your body. Like, but you can look at an acupuncture chart. You could just Google it, and you can see where the kidney and or bladder meridian run, and that is like those are totally related to fear. So people who have high anxiety and everything usually have bladder issues or kidney
You're
issues.
so right, and let me tell you a reason why, and this is gonna be too TMI, okay? The shit that I went through as a kid with a lot of fear and anxiety as a
It's a
kid.
you know what? Let's just stop for 1 second because we're all in the secret society here.
Yeah,
You and Abby are synced up.
yeah. How?
Yeah,
Like
I have a period for 10 months because I'm a bodybuilder and
Oh,
I had
yes, yes, we're
body
synced up.
fat,
Yeah,
and
I
I just
forgot.
yeah, we started on the new moon together.
Yes, we did. Yes,
that's so
we did.
witchy. Okay, go
That
on.
is
I just
So
wanted to
witchy.
add to the TMI.
So,
You guys well.
what was I saying?
you're saying that you had fear and
Oh, yeah.
anxiety going up.
Yeah, so I had a problem where I would wet the bed no matter what every night. It was like a thing that I could
Mhm.
not control whether I went to the bathroom before I went to bed. I had this thing, this fear and anxiety within me as a kid, and it lasted for a while, for a really, I think like 10, 12 maybe. And even doctors couldn't figure it out, but not that I knew, but like I like knew deep down as a kid why I was doing that, but I couldn't like put into
Yeah.
words as a kid. I don't know. It was strange. But now that you're saying that, the bladder and the fear and anxiety, it just clicked that, oh my God, that's why I fucking wet the bed. And
Yeah.
I did. I did. It was a thing.
And people say that scared the piss out of me, like,
Yeah.
because
Wow.
it, like, literally, it's a fear. It's the emotion that's related to the kidney and bladder meridian.
You
Wow.
that's a marker for being a serial killer.
Mm.
Scaring the
Is
piss out of
wetting
someone
the bed as like beyond a certain age. It's like one
after
of
the age of
the
12.
the many markers.
Yeah.
That's
That's
one of the
something
things they won't let
that
you in the
flagged
military
Jeffrey
for.
Dahmer, I think.
Or in movie scenes where you see like someone's about to die or right before they die and they're in this fear, they start wetting their pants like out of fear.
Right, right.
That's fucking nuts. Holy shit.
I'm telling you, the whole Chinese medicine, the Eastern
Traumatized.
medicine is way more advanced than Western medicine. Western medicine is sorcery. The
My
other stuff is actually science based.
your spleen is lack of joy. when your spleen is sick.
Really?
Yep.
And the gallbladder was the anger.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so my
mine's
lack of
gone.
joy, I was just like, ugh, get rid of this.
No, the liver, yeah,
It
the liver
wasn't
and
bad,
gallbladder.
no.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
wild.
liver.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so wow. So
And that is
so,
interesting, the
That's why-
correlation between anger and alcoholics.
Yeah,
also.
I think there's something there
And
because
it affects the liver.
yeah, I think that's just so wild. And then the fear is the kidney, and then there's the peeing, and then like what else is there? Like
There's a triple
emotional.
warmer.
Okay.
The
You said
heart.
joy
and
is
those
the
are
heart?
joy. Yeah, joy would be the heart, but too much joy is also bad. Like you're not supposed to feel any. Like really, your Zen state is a feeling like everything. I want to be happy. I want to be happy. Happy is an emotion.
Joy, happy,
You
happy,
like
joy.
you should be.
Wants to be.
You want to be at a level state really most of the time to
Yeah.
keep your body healthy.
Like
Like it's good to
content.
feel happy. Yeah, it's good to feel happy. It's good to feel joy, but it's like
so
that's
too much
also,
sex is no good.
I mean, you're having emotional sex, baby.
I just, I just
But
question.
I think maybe
because
as long as it
it's a
comes
really
with a
happy
release.
feeling there. You
Well,
know?
they say that
That
sex was
reminds me of the Cider House Rules, and for a long time, so I watched that really young for some reason. I don't know. I was like 12, and I was like, okay, I don't want to have heart disease, because that's like the main character. He has like heart problems or something. So I was like teaching myself to be really stoic for like the longest time. Just like I have no idea. I just thought I was gonna get heart disease. It was
so yeah, so that's interesting. So if you do have heart problems, would it be because you're not expressing your joy, or because you're expressing too much joy, or what's your thoughts on
No.
that? I never
It could
seen that
definitely be
movie.
that, but it also has to do with the chakra system. So the chakra system, you've heard of the 7 chakras, I'm sure.
Sure.
But those are like energy centers in your body. So if your heart is blocked, which most people have a blocked heart, because if you are worried about your survival and stuff, that would be like your root chakra. You start at the root, right? So that's your butthole. You start there, and if that energy center, that nerve bundle is blocked because you are so worried about your survival and stuff, like your basic needs being met, then you don't have an open heart pathway.
Also,
So
yeah.
it kind of works its way up. If you don't have these meridian, your main chakras, your main energy centers unblocked, like you're never going to have your heart unblocked. So most people are stuck in those bottom 3 chakras.
And also with the heart, you can also truly experience heartbreak. For like something traumatic happens, like my mom, for instance, she literally suffered heartbreak after my brother passed away. So what happens, like certain chords that I forgot what they're
Heart
called.
chords?
Yeah, there's some kind of strings or chords that like
Oh, your
tear.
heartstrings, yeah.
Yeah, and you can literally have a broken heart. And I didn't know that this was a thing until the doctor said, yeah. Hold on, my cats. What's
I
going
heard
on
a
over
cat,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
It's a sign of something.
Whoa.
Shout out
bite.
to the cats out there. Well, even with music, they would play music with like liver and like animal intestines and parts like that too, which is there's a connection to that, the strings and chords to certain body parts.
Ivory for the keys, bones. They actually played the bones, and sometimes there was a piano that was made out of bones.
That's my favorite part of the Goonies. It always was the piano made out of bones.
Tickling the ivories.
But back to the whole cat of it all and the period thing. Like, so my cat never sleeps with me because I had a myclonic jerk one night and it scared the shit out of it.
Dude.
And
what's a myclonic jerk?
Yeah, what's that?
Wow.
You don't know what that is?
Fly by
let's
that.
talk
Like
about
everybody
our
knew what that
Can I
was.
Google
Not
that?
everybody does it, but I do it. Like every once in a while, it's when you're sleeping and you all of a sudden
Okay.
your body just jerks. Like
I
almost like
really
you're falling.
had
do
somebody tell
that.
me they shouldn't learn how to ever train and fight because one time in their life they jerked and hit someone, so they don't want to be trained and hurt someone in their sleep.
No, yeah, no, I used to do that all the time. I used to like. Well, never mind. I don't want to talk about it.
So interesting.
Why not?
Well, I used to
Where you
wake
actually
up.
punch someone.
No, I wake up punching, just like and then like I'd have a girlfriend, and I'd always be scared. Oh my goodness, like what if I wake up and I'm like? So I was always scared that, but girlfriend, no girlfriend, I would wake up angry, punching all the time for years and years since a kid, and then one time in my dream, who I was trying to punch, I killed the person in my dream, and I never had that ever again happen.
Wow.
Oh, that's okay. So you healed yourself in the dream. You got rid of some of your anger in the dream. That's awesome. Because I do a lot of my healing in the dream state. Like, because that's where you could actually go off on somebody that you're like you're so angry with in real life, and it's not going to do you any good, to like go off and bitch somebody out or freaking punch them or something like that. It's going to probably do worse. But in the dream state, you could actually do that and express all the emotion, get out of your body. So that's pretty awesome.
Well, it's awesome, but it's not awesome either, because then like there was the anger, but then the fear didn't leave. Maybe the anger left, but the fear didn't leave, because I was always scared that these people were coming after me. So I always had people coming after me in the fear. And then once I did my dream, killed this person in the dream, then I was scared I'm going to go to jail now. And it was the same fear. So the fear was still there, and probably still is there, because I have
Well, it's multi-layered. Healing's it's not fucking linear, unfortunately. I hate it, but it's like, oh, okay, well, we got this part, but it's still not done.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
In the OA way, let's play in a simulation idea for a minute. In the OA way, if you know how they say like the moon is recycling our souls, and part of the thing of the OA is when Homer is crawling through the tunnel, he's like, I dreamed about crawling through this air vent, this tunnel, over and over and over again. It was like a reoccurring dream for him. And one day while he's crawling through the tunnel in his dream, he said, I don't know why, but it dawned on me in that moment that every one of the dreams I was trying to get to the end of the tunnel, when the tunnel was a place. And then he bangs through the air vent, and then he's in this whole other part of the dream. And kind of in the recycling of it all, I think if there were a supercomputer that ran a simulation, said supercomputer would need to be kept cool, and it could only be kept cool with fresh water. And so I just think, could the Hoover Dam somehow be that computer piece to the simulation, where somewhere we're all just a slide or a card in a Westworld way inside the Hoover Dam?
What body of water is it that it's?
Colorado River.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was the connection with like Hoover vacuums and the Hoover Dam, because I was like, would they have to use that Hoover technology to get the dam to work in that fashion? And then it was even weirder because the guy who bought the patent for Hoover Vacuum Company is named Herbert William Hoover, and then he was like doing stuff, but there's no pictures of him or anything. And then he was doing stuff at this, that was around the same time that Herbert Clark, I think is his middle name, Hoover, was the president. So I was like, those are the same guy. They just put different middle names and then didn't show a picture of the vacuum guy. But I'm pretty sure they're the same guy. And then Herbert, Hoover, the president, he became rich. He was like a baron of mining. So he had gone all around. Like, he started mining in Australia, and then he went over to China and was mining. And then after he and his family were in China mining, then this war broke out in China. And then they were like part of the state of Manchuria. It was like, what is going, and then that would tie that in with J Edgar, I think, somehow. And it says they're not related, but I'm pretty sure they probably are.
I feel like there was a bombing outside. I feel like one of the Rockefellers was like congressperson or like a vice president or something, and like a head of state. I don't know. And there was a bombing outside his house, and J. Edgar lived down the street from this. Supposedly is the story, is that and so I just think it's so interesting that it attaches right to that. And then there needs to be something, that is a federal bureau of, investigations, bigger, that attaches, that can go into every state. But
Yeah, and what you just said about them being related too, you got John Wilkes Booth, who was related to the guy from the Hellfire Club, John Wilkes. So like they probably are related. You got Samuel Mathers and Marshall Mathers. I think they're related too.
Ma'am.
Hoover vacuums.
The Colorado River is a very interesting river, and it passes through, I think, 4 or 5 states. And I think right next to it's like Memphis. And if you like kind of go back to the idea of like ancient Egypt kind of being here first, of like what was old America really, could it be the Nile? Like,
Well, Memphis is on the Mississippi.
well, if I just looked at the map, because I know the Mississippi River is there also, but
Yeah.
I also saw where Memphis is and where the beginning of the Colorado River begins.
Is it the same parallel?
Almost right there, like maybe 2 or 3 miles away from it. So it's like, this is a very interesting, like the way it passes through Arizona. What's the other states it passes through? Utah, Colorado, parts of Nevada.
Arizona.
Yeah, and California, Arizona. Like it touches all those states, like border-wise, which is fascinating.
And those are all heavy mining places too.
Yeah. A lot of life there. And it's no, it's not near the heart of whatever that she was talking about. What were you talking about, Abby? The Heartland or something? Where they're
Oh, yeah. That's going to be the theme park in Oklahoma.
And it's not there right now. Oklahoma's
No, it's almost so interesting because if you think of the Rocky Mountains, this is where you have like over here is the Denver airport and what is it? Dulles. I always get this one wrong. There's the other one that's on the south side of it. You have the Four Corners right here, which is such an esoteric, crazy thing that it even exists. Even if you back out and you see how actual long this is here.
Yeah.
And
there is a cursed land in the world. It's right there. It's right in that area.
They say it's the only spot in the entire world that 4 lands attach, like 4 separate lands attach all in one thing. So then you have the dam go through, and another interesting spot to like attach it to dreams a little bit again is, in a way, if dreaming's a superpower, are some people in this, they either, if you just think it's like everything in realm that we touch and feel, then they can go to source. They're having like some attachment to this in the astral plane. Whereas if it's a simulation, they're getting to go to the source of whatever the computer is. And they're getting to like read part of the code. And it's just so wild to me.
Have you guys ever seen Lake Powell? You ever been to that? What's the dam there? I can't remember the name of the dam there, but Lake Powell is a artificial lake, and it's right there at the Four Corners area.
And
that's where the whole Navajo Nation is. And like there's even I think uranium mining up there. It's a trippy place, man. It's beautiful. Lake Powell is a gorgeous place, but it's.
Where does this fresh water come from? Is it the rain?
The Rockies. So it snows up there, and then on the melt, it creates the Colorado River.
I feel like it comes from Shul, like from inner Earth, and just somehow like through the rocks and just finds its way out of here. I don't know why I feel that, but I do. They say it's molten rock, but I think it's water.
Well, the idea of the Hoover Dam supplying the electricity to Vegas has always been ludicrous to me. I think all the light bulbs in Vegas are such a cover story for something else going on. And if crypto mining or whatever they want about that currency, the evil they don't care at all about numbers crossing and zeros and ones or us trading currency paper or metals. So it's just like, what do they gain by all the crypto mining and all the energy and the kinetic loosh? And Vegas just seems like a perfect cover for that. You have all these arms deals going on there. You have all the false flags going on there. That it's important, the symbology there. I don't know.
The orb now.
Okay,
I think
so
because oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna. I lived in Redding, California, and like the third largest dam in the world is actually like everybody thinks the Hoover Dam is the largest. It's the tallest in the United States or whatever. But the third largest dam in the world is actually Shasta. It has more concrete than any other dam in the United States.
And Shasta is one of the chakras of the planet.
Yeah, it is, and it's a Stargate allegedly too. And what was I going to say about it? Oh, okay. So I did the best dam tour in America is what they call it. So I went on the best dam tour, and I went down in inside the dam, and they show the turbines, and only 2 turbines are ever running, and there's like 6 or 8 of them down there. And they said that just those 2 is enough to supply the whole Central Valley of California with power. So what are they doing if there's 6 to 8 turbines down there that are, these gigantic wheels that don't spin?
Going back to Las
And
Vegas,
the power shortage? What the fuck? In
Like,
California?
like going back to the Las Vegas and like all that energy looshing, I feel like because of going back to the pictures that you posted in our energy field, I feel like we are so like the vessels, we are so strong in energy connection that we can literally cause mass hysteria by like having the same thought. It's the electrical things that we have around us that I feel like they can pull our energy. That's why they want us in fear. That's why they want us a certain way. It's like that adrenaline rush is so high magic that they use it in rituals, obviously through rape, whatever they do in their magic. That
Can somebody get us some lead paint?
right?
No, they tried to
Yeah,
use it
for
at
real.
even
For
that
the glass house.
We need lead paint.
I feel they suck it up.
that collective, it's in the Berkeley experiments of having somebody over you. As long as you have an authority figure tell you to do the thing, you're okay with doing the thing no matter how bad it is. And it's kind of that way in a group think where you look to your left and right, and as long as your neighbor keeps running, you run too, as long as everybody. And so I mean, in high school when I was just a dick, sometimes when I was bored, when everyone was like between classes and the bell rang, I would just point at the ground and go, ew, ew. And everybody in the hall would be like, ah, ah.
Or like
I
you've
would
ever
do
seen
something like that where I'd start running down the hall and then I'd just slide on my knees at the end.
Yeah, like everybody is just so in that sheep way, in that sheep mentality going through their life most of the time. They'll just follow you to do the thing. They say do an experiment just randomly if you're brave enough to do it. Walk into an elevator and stare toward the back.
Or start laughing, and you'll see how many people start laughing with you after a while. Just start hysterically laughing, and that feeling just rubs off
I
on
don't
everyone.
word hysterical. And I feel like it feels like a weird spell, like mass hysteria and hysterical, and I don't like it. It makes my inside of my body do a thing.
I remember back before we had like phones and internet and stuff, and to keep ourselves occupied, but we would like go to the mall or the skate park, and like wherever like we were around normies, so one of us would just like start to look with awe up into the sky and like stare and point, and like other people would do it, and you would just see how many people would be like, "What the hell are they looking at?"
Oh my gosh, we're doing
looking
this.
at you, and then they look up at the sky, and they're like,
I love it. You know why I think I don't like hysteria too? Hysterical. It's why the doctors were vibrating ladies. They were like,
Oh,
"Oh,
right.
this poor housewife, she's so hysterical." And the
Give
poor,
her a
like these
vibrator.
perverted doctors were like sitting there in like theater, like legit theater where other doctors were watching. And these ladies who are so hysterical would get an orgasm by the vibrator.
And that's why I don't like the word pussy either. And you guys already know why.
Why? Because you hate cats?
No, because the pus in the word pussy.
Oh God.
Why did you bring it again? My brain forgot
Oh
it.
my god, I blocked it out too. Yuck.
My
Wow,
brain
I
totally
can't believe you
forgot
forgot
it.
that.
No, it's ruined.
That's gonna be a T-shirt you
listen,
can get at Secret
Somebody
Society of
timestamp
Good
that.
Guys.
like the
We
two
Your
put
words.
pussy
plus
pussy.
in pussy.
Instead
Pus
of
has
saying spoiler alert, you have to
nothing to
say
do with
pussy
vagina.
pussy. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Pus has nothing to do with the word pussy. So I don't know why they created that word.
Because the
So-
rabbit used to be called a pussy. And
For
so
real?
yeah, and so a pussy was also a rabbit was also a hare. And then also a cat became known as a pussy too later on. So a kitty, like it became like a thing. Like yeah. But it was because of a rabbit and the hare. I always wondered why a beaver was called a vagina. Like they'd be like, "Hey, nice beaver." I always wondered why that was a thing, but
Why?
maybe it has something to do with the Hoover Dam.
Because it eats your wood.
Damn, the water.
It eats your
Beavers and
wood.
dams.
I loved it.
The what's it called?
Andy, I knew you'd know.
When girls what is it called?
Don't act like you want somebody else to say the word.
I can't. I can't think of the word. Word. I forgot the word. You know, let the
We
river
know this
flow.
game.
Let the river flow. If you
I
know what you're
totally knew
doing,
that.
it'll flow. And then you'll have to dam it up.
It's also a beverage.
Plug it up.
Okay, back on track.
Let me shut the fuck up.
About the angels. About the angels at the dam.
You better
the
cover
beaver.
this.
How do we rinse the energy in the room? Oh, I know how.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Okay.
This is great.
Yeah. What other Hoover facts were there?
There's a song called, I think, Larry Hoover, and actually it goes, I think, wait, how does it go? I think I'm Big Mish, Larry Hoover. Yeah, and he's an actual person, an apparent gangster from Chicago, I believe. He's a real character
from Chicago.
Yeah.
Like a prohibition gangster.
I'm not sure. I didn't do a deep dive on him. I just didn't have the time. But yeah, I think I'm Big Mish.
The Rick Ross song.
Yes.
And Rick Ross's birthday's coming up on 1/2/8, so he's someone I'm looking out for.
And Rick Ross is the fake Rick Ross to be the burying of history, which I always call the Walt Disney Frozen method, so that you don't know any longer that Freeway Ricky Ross, the real guy that went to jail and that the CIA worked with to spread crack and split up the whole Black Panthers that become the Blood and Crips and all the whole thing of blah. You don't know anything about that because of the rapper Rick Ross.
Right. And Rick Ross, yeah.
And that brings it back to J Edgar Hoover again.
It is all J Edgar Hoover because he did have files on all of these people. He tapped everyone. It was every celebrity. Like when you look up the files of who the celebrities that were followed and why, it didn't matter how esoteric they were. Magicians were tapped and followed, presidents. And I just think it's interesting that he was a cross-dresser, like that, like big deal. Like that can't be the worst of the blackmail that he had on everybody.
Has J Edgar Hoover ever published anything, of any writings of some sort? Does anyone know? If
A
he
lot
ever
of
published?
declassifying.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I wonder if the way that he should have some material to write like his methodology to share with people, or maybe that's just part of the secret society and that's where he learned it from.
I don't know.
I don't
J
know either.
Edgar.
Yes, he has a published book.
I don't think we brought up the Hoovervilles yet, and the whole hobo culture that blew up all over the country because of the Hoovervilles. Hoovervilles were those shanty towns that were during the Great Depression. This is how much America loved Hoover as a president. It's they named their shame neighborhoods in every single town Hooverville.
I think there was a song about that, about Hoover.
Hooverville.
Yeah, and he was almost kind of socialist like himself, because so back, at the beginning of kind of when he's coming to power and J Edgar are coming up at the same time, and so they're both kind of all against communism, and then they both kind of get in on the Palmer raids. And so, but then after the Depression, he becomes known as like some kind of like food saint kind of a thing, because he went over to London. He didn't even do this in his own country. He went over to London and made sure that people over there ate before the people here ate. So it's just kind of weird.
There was a song. I have to find it.
The Hoovervilles are interesting as well because they kind of link up to the same time. If you would think of orphan trains, when everybody says the history was kind of rewritten, the Hoovervilles would almost be the children of the children that spot up all over the country that don't have any kind of real, skill set. They don't have a ton of education. It's all kinds of different races. And it just seems along the same lines as the railroad coming up in America everywhere, like not too far after it.
Well, that does line up, because that would have been the generation right after those all the orphans kind of flooded the West Coast, or the West, west of the Mississippi, and that generation would have been the one right after that lived through the Great Depression, which was my grandmother's family was in Oklahoma, and they lived through the Depression, but her mother was also an orphan at the time.
Yeah. Did they do the Dust Bowl?
Yeah, the whole Dust Bowl thing.
Because that was right before, like, the First World War, or like right around the same time.
So apparently there's a song. I don't know exactly when it was written, but it's called Hooverizer, or Hooverize, dedicated by permission to Herbert C. Hoover. And it's a song that was approved by the United States Food Administration. And it's a very interesting song, if you guys want to get into it. But
I don't want to get pulled down.
Yes. But if you want to get into it, you can just search that, or go into the Congress of Library and put Hoover in, and it'll pop up first thing there.
Yeah, he was the first person to run that United States Food Administration.
Fascinating, interesting.
Food and Drug Administration.
And that song, why would a song be approved by the Food Administration?
Propaganda.
The boys went out to fight.
Try it again, Donna. Did it go on? Oh, here. Oh, there it goes.
That's Madonna looking like the Hoover Dam.
Oh my God.
Wow.
And she also has the Baphomet horns in this one.
Right. I didn't come up with this one. This has been a conspiracy for a while.
Yeah, it's so true, though. Her horns are perfectly placed, just like... I feel like also the Hoover Dam has something to do with time, because it sits on the line of two states. So it actually is two time zones. And so there is something about Madonna also in the last few years desperately trying to reverse time. And they say life after people, the Hoover Dam will be the last thing that exists in America, and it'll still be pushing power to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh, like in The Stand. Because in The Stand, they all the like low vibe people end up running Vegas when like whatever the devil character is, that's like kind of his realm, and all his like little minions hang out in Vegas.
Randy something, I think.
I like the new CBS version.
Randall Flagg.
Randall Flagg, that's it. I was close.
That was pretty good. I mean, that would have been his nickname, Randy, in college.
I know.
I got more pictures of the Hoover Dam too on here. That we've already kind of talked about, but this going back to this cult, the Elysian cult, Aleister Crowley, he did a remake of it. It was called like the Lucis something, but he connected to the 7 planets, and there's the 7 waves right here. You see the 7 dwarfs. So there's just tons of symbolism all over the place. This is the Hoover Dam. Looks like a black sun or a swastika. I don't really know about that. But in this movie, Transformers, they show the 322 before the Hoover Dam floods or explodes, and Beavis and Butthead live at 322. There's just a 322 connection to all these events at the Super Bowl. In Batman, they show row 322 before the football field explodes. And in this San Andreas movie, they showed that predictive programming with the $50 bill. But what I thought was interesting is the 96 connection, how they said that 96 people passed away. I'm looking up Pokemon over there. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about those Pokemon slides.
Your nerd can show. We aren't going to judge you.
I'm so glad tops are the thing that came up on the side of mine.
I don't know where
mine has bottoms.
Oh, it's over here. It's over here. Okay. Yeah, this is all over the place. But the 96 right here is the government Hoover Dam saying that 96 people died, right? So I was going off that. In the news today, 96 hours before the first vote, Tony Bennett this year died at 96. So did Rosalind, who takes pictures with John Wayne Gacy in whatever, that whole thing. She died at 96.
How is this not a sync, bro? Like
a what?
How is this all not a sync? This whole Hoover Dam thing and Trump and all of this, and today, it's crazy.
Yeah, there's a connection to it all, but the 69, 96, both of the queens died. One died at 69, one died at 96. This is very occult.
So what do you think that number represents, 96 exactly? Like, what do you think the power of it is?
Can I tell you a weird thing right now that just sticks out is the cancer of, how it almost is that yin and yang, but it's backward, which if you take the opposite of Cancer, it's Capricorn. And so we're almost in this false New Year. You were talking about all the New Years and the Rabbit New Year and everything, and how they have us like January 1st celebrating the New Year, and it's not supposed to be at all. But maybe it's the opposite of the thing, like the 96, because like 1969, if you look at that in American history, it's pretty prevalent.
Right. 1969 was the number. Sound of the funky drummer. Brothers and I connected to the summer solstice because this is the Hoover Dam right here, and this is the Royal Arch, whatever that you see right here with the square and compass right there. And this will usually have a 69 on it. That's what I was connecting this 96 number to. Just all symbolic somehow. Yeah.
So if 6 turned out to be 9, would you mind?
Well, isn't there just
it's like goes into so many different elements. It goes into eggs and karma too.
why would they pick the same symbol for 6 and 9? It doesn't even make sense.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, why have, out of all the symbols to choose, why would you have them one be so similar to the other one? You know what I mean? Why would 9 be shaped like a 9 and 6 be shaped like a 6 at all, at least in what we see in our, why would that be?
I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
even make any sense.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay. So if you bring it back to Cancer, the glyph for Cancer is like 6. It's like a 69, right?
And the 3,
And
though.
then like that's supposed to be like the top. Cancer is supposed to be like the top of the polar symbolism, I think, if I remember right. Don't hate me, symbolic studies, if I don't.
Somebody ask Mario.
So it's like, it's like this, right? So, and then 9 would be like the end of the cycle too. So 6 is like halfway, and then 9 is like technically. So I was thinking like if we put them together, it kind of makes this like kind of like thing going on.
You're like, please.
Like a gang sign.
The 3 kind of ties in that, like the 3, 6, 9 of it all. It's like the beginning, the middle, and that like the final form of it, or the 3 is the part. I don't know. It's part of the 3, 6, 9 of it all, because the 3 you can kind of make into a 6 and a 9 if you just change it up in a little. Way.
If you do 3 plus 6, that's 9.
I think it's weird that 8's called 8, but 3 looks like it was 8.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, so we're like still in this year of the rabbit, and what happened in the year of the rabbit connected with the 69 is that Miley Cyrus was performing underneath this arch that we see right here, this arch, and the top is the 69. And in the beginning of the year, Gangsta Boo, who has the 69 album, passed away on January 1st. And then the 69th day of the year for 2023, SVB Bank collapsed. So this is like one of my Twitter posts that I did on it, but it just seems to be very occult. You can see that 69 right there at the top.
What if it's like an end of a cycle instead of like going in a loop? What if the 9 to 6 is breaking of the loop?
Oh, you take them apart?
Yeah, it's like reversing it and like cutting breaking it.
Well, it's interesting because it's like if we're talking about the dam
spiral,
and we were also talking about the dreams or recycling, the thing that happened in 1969, like the 2 huge pivotal things, the moon landing, like the Apollo 11 moon landing, and Woodstock. Like those would be like, we were just talking about huge festivals where they like loosh people and get them all to do the same thing, like get this some kind of group activity. And then
Didn't Exorcist come out like around that time too?
I think so, yeah.
I feel like it was later than that, in the 70s.
It was in the 70s.
Yeah, it was probably later, but
yeah, it was I feel like it was like 1972.
I feel like I was alive though when it came out as well. I don't know. I feel like maybe time's warping.
I want somebody to look it up.
75.
All right, everyone. $5 bets.
$5 bets.
1973.
Everybody throw it into the Cash App right now. We're going to look it up.
The Exorcist was 1973.
Okay.
71.
It came out.
Uh-huh.
What, the Exorcist?
Woodstock.
Do you think like
1969
with that you have to like wind it up? Okay, let's say the 69 is together. This is like a yo-yo or something. You have to wind it up, and then like it starts to like unravel or whatever. So that's why we get like all the trends that come back around before it resets.
Like they almost have to. Do you think they regurgitate the trends like they regurgitate the movies? Like the fashion houses and all the magic that they hold is only so deep. And so they almost have us like circulating the trends of the prisoners that we're gonna be. So they give us like prison shoes and prison, like no colors. So we're all like drab. Like they really do have us headed.
Bolsheviks.
Yeah, they have us headed toward a dystopian breadline.
I hope not. Anyway, whatever the case is, I'm just gonna sit back and eat my popcorn and watch.
I like putting it gray and brown.
Even around Layla on the screen that you can see right now, it's such a huge Masonic compass on and that big tile around for the Hoover Dam, and then around it as well that they have like a star chart on it, and the star chart has a thing that it's like wherever is it it's a certain planet, and the planet is like wherever the planet's at, you can see in our solar system for like 14,000 years. So this is made to outlive humanity.
Wow.
Yeah, and those symbols are like all the different state symbols, like the Colorado one and the Utah one, and they're so occult. The Colorado one for sure, it's got the Illuminati pyramid on it, and the Utah one's got the beehive.
I'm telling you, if they're doing anything under the ground, the best place to do anything under the ground would be the Rocky Mountains. And we would need to provide tons of power to that thing. If it's black ops and it's a huge underground military base, the best way to provide power to it would be a dam. And then we show like, where does all this power go? The light bulbs. Don't you guys see all those light bulbs in the desert? But really, in reality, if you even think about energy in the way that like you could get on a bicycle and attach it to a light bulb and pedal a little bit and the light bulb would burn for a while. The people pulling slot machines or pressing buttons in Vegas could keep the lights on.
So I saw that word Thuban, and it's a star that is located in the constellation of Draco. In ancient Egypt mythology, Thuban was the pole star around 2700 BC. During the time of the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, the alignment of the Pyramid of Thuban is believed to have the symbolic and religious significance for the ancient Egyptians. Also, which is interesting, let me read this. Thuban, head of the serpent or large snake, Alpha Draconis, look to our northern hemisphere, historically represented North Pole from the 4th to the 2nd millennium BC. In Arabic, it represents the dragon. In Egypt, Thuban was very significant in original alignment. Yes, Pharaoh Khufu believed he would join the sun and Thuban in death. In Sumerian and Mesopotamian lore, it was called Tiamat. Tiamat, the sea serpent that existed even before the sky and sea had divided from each other, a dragon of chaos that had to be tamed before bringing in a new order. In Greek mythology, Hercules, Jason, and Cadmus are all tasked by gods to kill a dragon for different reasons, eventually placing a dragon in the sky to represent a trophy of Cadmus. Habab is where Satan gets connected to Draco through a pagan Arabic Muslim cultures, the light bearer, bringer of morning, the morning star. Jiu-jitsu comes from Thuban. And was given to his half-son Oda Nobunaga as a gift to help conquer and unite Japan. The Archons of War are a war-bred race, hive-minded, cybernetic, genetically modified constructs that have become self-aware and now have the ability to war with higher dimensional forces by causing havoc in the system like a virus, the Fallen. Pretty interesting.
Where did you read that from?
Quora.
Wow.
Yeah. So the question was, what is the mythology behind the star Thuban? Tell me everything you know. And
Okay.
Oh, and another crazy thing, it's a bear designation, Thuban star, and a bear. So then you end up with the Ursa of it again, because that was always bear. Or I sometimes wonder if water bearer is water bear, or Christ bearer is, they always have the bear symbology and everything. So it's so curious that that is almost that star that looks like the Ishtar star.
Oh, the 8-pointed star.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out
This
if it's the
this is
bear
a
designation.
boring machine right here that digs the tunnels, and it's got the 8-pointed star like CERN.
wow.
Ishtar.
And the Muslim star, I believe, is an 8-pointed star.
Well, and then we're going into the year of the dragon. And earlier you guys
Oh,
were
and you were just
asking,
saying
like,
HH is an 8. So 8.
yeah.
Yeah.
The Red Hot Chili Peppers logo too is Ishtar.
Then you guys
Blood
were asking why they would want to push like eating cannibalism again. Well, if you're gonna I was just watching a thing about this like earlier today about medieval magic and everything. They were talking about how they used to think that that kind of thing was like medicine or whatever because it was believed that the spirit of the person lives on in you. Well, even they would like go and grave rob and then eat parts of the mummies. So then if you want to, and then we just had that mummy parade like not that long ago and all the mummies were out. So it's kind of like, are they just trying to come back around or?
No, I think there's something up with the occult in the movie How High, and there's an HH with the 88 How High, because they're going to one of these Ivy League schools that are all on the same ley line where all these secret societies come from, and they smoke their friend, right? So it's sort of the same thing as consuming the mummy, but they're consuming their friend through smoking, and
Well,
then
this
they
is
get
like the obscene right of the Skull and Bones, where they're said to consume pineal glands of people in order to gain some of their knowledge.
right,
Yeah.
right. So that's what How High's about.
The
though.
HH
It is.
of
It is what
all.
it's about.
Well, because some of the old ancient cannibalistic people, like they would, the biggest honor was to eat your family member's brain in their eyes.
What? That's what cats do, I heard.
Yeah.
Cats do that?
They go for the
Yeah.
eyeball first. Yeah.
You won't even
Well,
wait,
you
bro.
sound
If you just like sleep a
you-
little, if you sleep in a little bit, they'll start gnawing at your
Dude,
eyeballs.
I swear, my cat, he's getting bigger and bigger, and he keeps looking at me. When I wake up, I open my eyes, and he's just staring at
Because
me.
they're part snake.
They're part snake. I just saw that on an
Did you?
Instagram video. Did you see that too? Where
And I-
the cat's
It's
eyes
so cute, right?
are reptilian eyes, and the other cat.
I showed my son, and then my cat runs in and looks at me, and it ran right out. And I was like, "Yeah, that's what's up. It's part snake." And the way they slither on your feet when you're trying to walk. Why do cats always trip you?
Why? Is it because they're like a snake and they hiss
Yeah,
like a snake?
yeah.
Yeah, they're in the spirit realm. They've seen stuff that I don't see. I don't know where's Chan. I don't know where he is, but he got me under the mind control for sure. Every time that I look at my phone, and then like Instagram, just cat stuff pops up, and then it makes me like I need to pet my cat right now and take care of him. I feel like
Did
I'm
you see
under
the
the
one?
mind control.
Did you see the one where it does the purring, like heals your body?
Yeah,
Like
it does.
the sound of it all?
I put
Yeah,
my head on the cat and it purrs, so it heals me from talking on the cell phone.
That's what I was when I was talking earlier about my cat not sleeping with me because of my clonic jerk thing. It actually slept on my stomach last night, which was weird because it hasn't done that, and I just started my period for like the first time in 10 months, and it was so like I don't know. I was like, it's like
What type
killing
of
me right
cat is
now.
it?
It's my neighbor's cat.
Well, like what type of like
I don't
mine's a
know. It's
Russian blue.
little gray cat.
It
has
might be a
cross
Russian
eye.
blue if it's
Maybe.
gray.
What if they're somehow like keeping a dragon to sleep in a transformer way, but maybe it's a little more in this realm? It just seems like the star, it's gonna like, what if it's a clock to like give them a warning?
What if the dragon is your ego and you have to tame your dragon? What
And they
if
built a Hoover
your
Dam
kitchen.
for it?
Well, we're coming
That
into
would
the
be
year of
your
we're coming into the year of the dragon, and they're always like there was the RuPaul, right? Like in the New Year's, but she's in there every single year. But I feel like there might be a connection with drag queens and dragons.
Well, when you think about astrology, like astrologically, and the astrological wheel and the symbol in Chinese astrology, it's there. So what if that is part like our ego, like that is us that we all have and we don't know where it comes from, but what if that is it? It's like this energy that you try to tame, like self-control through different, because there's different type of dragons that can come or come through, like through spirit, they say. What if that's the dragon that you need to tame, like, or balance it out? If you're
Right.
thinking, if we're created, and if you think of it as body parts, yes, the soul of Fucus, like the man, probably that's the soul. What is the dragon in that symbology of it? I don't know. That's where I think. There's just a
Right.
thought. I don't know where it's coming from, but that's just a thought.
Yeah.
I have to pull up Cat Williams' necklace because I feel
wanna
like I
see it
was
now.
watching it the other night.
Oh, I
too,
got
when
it.
I was
I got-
watching him in the Shannon Sharp interview.
Yeah, let me see that.
Oh, where is it?
So he has
I
the
thought I had it.
compass.
Oh,
Is it
there it
on
is.
screen right now? Okay. Yeah, he has the compass. Woke.
Yeah, it's the Ishtar, the maritime law, the
Nope.
compass. And he brought up in this interview, this is a number one trending story, right? Cat Williams, trending, millions of views. And he brings up the 201 in the beginning. He's like, there's 201 comedians. There's 201. That's my Alex Jones. There's 201 comedians. But that's an Illuminati number, 201. Yeah.
Yeah, he's part of it. So I only question, like, is what he's saying, a lot of it could be true, but I know he's definitely part of that. He's not like
Yeah, he was part of the
the whole ritual of
programming
it.
for Friday.
Yeah.
That came out when I was in elementary school, and I remember everybody started smoking weed in elementary school because that movie came out.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Started
so
smoking weed in
Cat Williams
elementary
was
school?
part of the programming of Friday.
well, I'm from Las Vegas, so
Oh, right.
Yeah, did you not watch that
fifth
Cat
grade
Williams
is
interview?
fifth grade is the age that everyone starts.
I
smoking
watched the
pot.
Cat Williams interview.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Someone said he finna
That's
Jamie
good.
Foxx. That Jamie Foxx that we see today is not the real Jamie Foxx.
Oh, look right here is the 69 too in his symbol that I'm pointing right there. It's the 69 right there.
Oh yeah,
wow.
totally.
Wow.
Well, at least I think that
Wow.
looks like it.
Yeah.
And
it-
it's
absolutely.
also it's their hurricane symbol for the storm.
Right.
Like they're trying to will on a storm.
I've been looking into the biohazard symbol because the movie 28 Days Later, it says 28 and there's the biohazard, and I was trying to connect it to the turtle because I guess the turtle shell has 28 moons around it. So I feel like the turtle and the biohazard logo or like moons, I don't know. It's
So
Well,
what
that's
does
kinda
that
interesting.
symbol create if it's in movement? It's creating a spiral. And someone mentions pedo and then they refer it to the pedo symbol. But what's the first thing and all things that people do when they scribble? A spiral. When people try to what's that thing where they go in meditation and talk to spirits or whatever, they're drawing spirals.
or
It's
like you're
like
getting very sleepy,
scribbling.
like the
Yeah.
spiral thing.
It's everything
Talking
is
about
like a
automatic writing?
spiral, like the snakes going up the staff, a
It's a
spiral.
portal.
Yeah, it's like
Well, I
that's the
think
first
there's, like,
symbol of ancient
map.
history.
Ever seen psychics use that? where they draw in a circle to kind of like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
distract their brain.
Yeah.
It kind of distracts your brain so that like the rest of them is kind of like more open, and it's kind of like that surrender. I wonder if that motion is just the same of that spirit coming down, and that's the same kind of,
In Sufis,
it's just kind of automatic that it, and then going with it with the movement, like kind of helps the flow
yeah,
of the
like
information.
Sufis.
So when you channel or something, that's what you're.
I remember in school when everyone thought that they were like able to tell the future, and they had all these like little fortune telling games, and one of them was that you would draw like a spiral, and then you would count like how many lines
Yeah.
were
Oh,
created.
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
And you were like,
yeah.
That's Mash.
Mash. That was right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And also Sufis, when they do in prayer and meditation,
Right.
they spin and spin and spin and spin and spin. It's like
I
Whirling
did
dervishes,
that
that's
once with
prayer. Yeah.
I walked into a meditation. It was like, I don't know, it was like a Sufi meditation or something. I was just walking around and I stumbled upon a meditation room. I don't know what it was. I think it was Muslim. I don't know though. And we're all meditating. And I swear the whole room was spinning in this weird
Yeah.
circle like that while we were
Yeah.
doing it. And I was like, whoa.
that's dervish. That's
It
what
was
it is.
wild. It
They
was
like
wild.
all like form like a chain, and it slowly they stop and they
Yeah, they
stop
start moving like this. Yeah,
side
yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
side, and
Yeah,
then
yeah, yeah, yeah.
eventually it'll
Yeah.
pick up, and then they start spinning, and it becomes like.
Right.
Have you
so
done that
fat.
before?
No, I've never done
Oh
that.
man, it was trippy.
Yeah.
You've actually done it?
I did it. Yeah,
How did you end up in there in a
Because-
Sufi temple?
How did you feel too?
Oh my gosh, it was crazy.
Yeah.
So I go to like my recovery meetings for like getting off of substance abuse and stuff like that. So I go and I'm there, and then like there's meetings all through the day. So I have no job. I'm sleeping on the floor. But I'm pretty broke, so I got nothing going on except for hanging out, waiting for like 12-step meetings. So most of my day I just be hanging out, waiting, just like when I was doing drugs and smoking pot. You just hang out in your car waiting, at the Circle K. So when I get sober, I would just be hanging out, and I was walking around, and there was one of those meetups, and I go in there, they're like, we're doing a meditation. And I was like, oh, dope, sign me up. And they're like, yeah, for sure. Just, you can donate if you want. And we sit in the room, and it was some white people in there, Muslim people. It was different, Jewish dude, me there. It was really just a meetup for meditation, but they were doing that thing you were doing. And we're sitting there meditating, and everyone's doing this. And they're saying a word too. And I swear, like the room started spinning. The people started spinning. We're spinning around. And then this white girl walks in late. And then she walks in. And like, I'm just like, bro, she ain't in this vortex. We're spinning in this vortex. And then she walked in, and I remember looking. And then she walked out. I'm like, did she just walk in and see us like levitating and spinning?
I'm telling you,
awesome.
even the footage that they capture, it's like some kind of warp. They capture a warp during this, like, especially when they're at that high peak of like spinning. Like you can see, like even the people start to like warp, and they form this unity. I can't even explain. It's like a connection through each stomp and push. It's so
It was nuts. It was
yeah,
nuts.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
can
I
only
feel
imagine.
like I never seen any of the people ever again, and that meetup never popped up ever again. So it was like, what did I just stumble on? Like, what the heck just happened? And now you're bringing it up. What's it called? So I can Google it.
The whirling dervish.
Dervishes.
Dervish.
Here, I'm putting it up on the screen again.
Dervish.
Have you ever
The-
seen what they
the-
call
yeah.
an ant death spiral? It looks very
Oh,
similar
yeah.
to a whirling dervish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane.
Whoa! What if they're mimicking
it's
the
like a
ant
mosh
sisters
pit,
from in
too.
the ground?
It's like a mosh pit.
What's that movie where I forgot that actor, where everyone becomes like zombie like and starts doing
Yeah.
that around the
Cell.
cell? Yeah.
Yeah, they go around the towers, the cell
Yep.
towers, and they're zombies, and they're going in that circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or remember how they showed us all those videos of the people like with the wacky vacky, and they would spin around like that and then like fall over.
Yes. Like they saw some kind of being or the angel of death, and they keep following it, and then they collapse. I wonder what
That
they're
was weird.
seeing. Yeah.
I
and-
feel like that was almost a push, like those fake. I feel like sometimes they push fake psyops on us to try to get us scared. It's like the same way we were the ones that spread all the sandbags in China and the whole world shut down, and we were like, "Look what they're doing over there," and we thought we were like,
Chaney. Some of those were just like boom, like flat on their.
yeah, but where are they
face.
anymore?
What happened to those people
don't know.
fainting?
Suddenly
Remember when
dead?
everyone fainting? They just fainted. Like
Yeah.
they're walking around the streets and people were just collapsing.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
how
that-
COVID started. They showed us all the videos of just people passing out
and
then,
convulsing.
yeah.
Like with
It was
foam out of their
nuts.
mouth.
And then
And
they
have
had
you
them all
seen it
like
in real life?
they isolate them in like little robot bubbles and they were pushing them around.
What?
People were doing
When the story
silliest
first
shit.
started
So
breaking,
weird.
look, most people probably weren't watching when the story was first breaking, but I was working for a news channel that was getting like 100,000 views. Like, so it was a pretty big YouTube channel. And we were covering the story when it was first breaking. And I remember I wouldn't go outside. I was not going outside months and months before, like people weren't doing that because of the story of people falling over, and they put them in these like robot isolation things. It's so funny, but it's super freaky. It's like, oh snap, what's heading over here? Wow, it was crazy. I'm passionate about juggaloism. I'm passionate about kitty cats. I'm passionate about the
And
world.
you're
Hey,
allowed to
We're
be.
locking
you-
down.
You're so allowed to
In
be.
Pokemon?
Can we find
Pokemon.
Passion is great.
I
What's your
love
favorite
Pokemon.
Pokemon?
Have you ever played Pokemon?
Yeah.
I used to
Pokemon-
I
play.
used to watch Pokemon.
I used to play it on the
Okay.
Game Boy. I love playing the Pokemon games. Like I've never
Shut
played the cards, but I've
up.
played all the games on the Game
I
Boy.
collected the cards. I never really played them. Yeah,
I
this
got
played 'em.
a Pokemon card with a swastika on it. You want me to get it?
Yeah.
Let
Let
me
me see.
bust out this Pokemon collection?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I know. I always say, why was anyone ever worried about a Chinese spy balloon when we had Pokemon for years just mapping out
I know,
inside
mapping
every
all of it.
house?
Exactly.
Look at
Oh, that's that chick.
that. That is the
Forgot about
funniest thing
When you
ever.
put it that way, yeah. Oh, yeah. Even these Wi-Fi boxes apparently do that now. Oh my God, the way she
It looks
fell.
like she hit her head.
Yeah,
it looks like
that.
it looks like she got punched by a ghost. Watch it.
It does.
Watch. Boom.
Jesus loves me.
She did a little small step and kind of went
She said,
down.
didn't she say Jesus loves me? And then it's like Jesus punched her in the face. No, I don't, bitch. Dumb.
Are we about to start
Sure,
flexing Pokemon?
For that.
Oh, you got
Pokemon's probably a
Pokemon
psyop,
too,
man.
Not
Thomas?
only have Pokemon, I've got some PSA graded 10 Pokemon. I think Charizards.
Mm.
We're not
Mhm.
playing around.
Damn.
Whoa.
Dang. Look at you.
Damn.
Plastic
Oh,
packaging and everything.
Got in a safe, bro.
I also got this one. This is a piece of Jack Ruby's jacket,
I'm gonna.
I
What?
think.
Oh, you could have him
Oh,
as a
that's
saint in your
cool.
house.
See that?
Are you gonna start a church?
You can have a chair.
There's
I,
a-
Yeah,
I
at least
legitimately
for the-
want to know if I can maybe summon him somehow and ask him what the hell Jolly West did to him in that room.
Well, like the
Okay.
whole,
You need a
you know,
Ouija
part of
board
the
for
saint's
that?
body or their garments or something. Like, why couldn't you?
We can
You
figure
could like
that
put him
out.
under your altar.
I know a way.
I think the way to do it is around a fire, maybe.
My cat looks like a Snorlax. But all the Pokemon
cat
names, if
looks like
you
a
look at them, they're all so like some of them are so
Wordle.
like yes, I feel like they're all innuendos.
So cute. So cute.
That was the word that Layla couldn't think of earlier.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff. Love
I
Jigglypuff.
like Jigglypuff.
Jigglypuff.
Oddish is my favorite though.
What squad are you a part of as a pokey trainer?
Even though I like Oddish, I'm probably like a ghost type.
Team
Pokemon
Rocket was
Rangers.
badass. Team Rocket. Wait, what was the slogan? I used to know it. I used to know the whole thing.
I'm Jessie. I'm James.
James, Team Rocket, blast off in the speed of light.
defend
Surrender
all of-
now and prepare to fight.
Yeah.
Oh dang, hold on. I'm gonna
What is
put it
that?
big.
Yeah, we gotta look that up.
We gotta look at that.
Something.
Say hi while you're up there, Andy.
Okay.
Ash's Pikachu. Oh
Aw.
wow.
Oh, it doesn't have
I
the black
choose
stripe?
you.
We got like
No black stripe on the tail, huh?
a bunch of them. Yeah.
Jeez.
Did y'all remember Pikachu having a black stripe on the tail? I remember it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Hundy.
I don't know why I remember it so hard, but I do. I was a lover of watching it. I don't know what happened.
Does it not now?
No.
Is that a Mandela
it's a
effect
yellow,
thing?
yeah, it's a yellow tail now.
Huh.
You missed it, Jonah. We're flexing PSA
I'm
10
watching.
Pokemon here.
Yeah,
What do you got?
I used to have 2 original Charizards, and my sister sold them for heroin. I'm pretty sure. So it's like,
Damn it.
It's me and my Princess Diana bear.
I
Yeah,
got my
those siblings.
Pokemon cards right now because they were popping, and they were like $50,000, and I hope it was worth it.
It might
Oh,
have been
man.
really good heroin. You don't really know.
It was probably the best.
Right,
'cause
she
I'm
got
in
it from that guy, the saxophone guy.
That
Oh,
one
right.
guy.
Roland Kirk.
There's
He
no
had the
proof
best
of
stuff.
it. This is just my theory because I got all my Pokemon cards here, and the only 2 that are missing are my 2 Charizard cards. That's
Oh.
it. Out of the whole, yeah.
Did she Pokemon go to her dealer?
You know, I shouldn't be.
No,
Did she
Hillary-
go to her
Hillary
dealer
Clinton
and then
joke.
poke herself and go?
But she didn't take my Dragonite. She didn't get my Dragonite card. Oh, it's right here. Oh,
Oh,
you know,
whew.
It's because she
Here,
don't
wait,
know.
I'll make you bigger.
that's what she said.
That's what I was just gonna say that.
She didn't get my Dragonite. Look, I got all the good stuff that no one got. You see the Dragonite?
I had one of those, but I don't know what happened to it.
Did you play
Oh, you had one
Pokemon
of those?
Snap where
Uh-huh.
you throw the ball into the hole in the dam and then the Dragonite comes out because you have to like somehow push the Dragonair into the little hole and then it swirls around.
I had so
Did
many.
you have a Mewtwo?
Yes, I did. I had so many, and then a flood happened and destroyed comic books and cards.
You were
Oh, I had
So
one of those
I'm
disasters.
looking for my. Oh, here it is. I got it. You probably didn't have this one. So this was the original. They're actually called Pocket Monsters. This is a Japanese card. Oh, I love this one.
Pocket pets.
Pocket Monsters. And this one, if you look close enough, you can see right here. Oh man.
Yeah, I thought. Wow.
What is it? What am I looking
It's a
for?
swastika.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Okay.
It's a real one. It's not like a
I'm
curved
blind.
one. It's right there.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. I need glasses. Holy shit.
Okay, that's.
Which one was that? Was Pokemon Go Bulls?
This is a trainer card. Yeah, the Pokemon Go Bulls. Yeah. So that's my Pokemons. I wish I could find a Charizard because I would sell that and buy a house.
Would you care about Garbage Pail Kids right now? Just kidding.
Oh, remember you were talking about squirting? I got a Squirtle.
Yes.
Is he peeing?
Squirtle.
I think
It
so.
is.
Like it.
Squirting.
He's peeing.
Like the
It's not
Calvin and
pee. It's not pee, Thomas.
Wow.
That's a pretty
Some of you
impressive
out there
stream.
will
That's
get
what she
that
said.
later tonight.
Is that
That's
Okay.
Mike
Tataria. Oh, it's a
Tyson?
trainer
I don't
card.
even want to say what I think it is because I'm probably wrong.
Nice.
Hey, I need that
Who
one.
took a bite out of that?
That's my card.
Did you take a bite out of it?
Yep.
Oh, this one's really good.
Oh my god, I haven't seen that in a long time.
Mr.
Wow.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
What
good
the
one
heck?
right there.
Wow.
This is crazy.
Those are fake cards.
Okay, I was like, what?
Yeah, those are Pokemons.
Oh yeah.
Pokemons?
Got one of
Yeah.
those somewhere.
I'm so happy I get to show you guys my collection.
I've seen that clown looking thing.
Mr. Man.
That one. Yeah, Mr. Man.
Yeah.
Mr.
Sorry.
Man, Mr.
Sorry
Mime.
for taking over this.
You know when the Pokemon game first came out, like the mobile one, what was it like? Well, like 4 or 5 years ago now. And here in Orlando, I remember it first came out and we got like me and some of my friends got like the hacked version where you could basically just tell your phone where you were at and it would like travel there. And we would just like straight up snipe outside of Walt Disney World and like we would just imagine all these kids are on like vacation. And we would just sit there and just take over all of the trainer, I forgot what they call the gyms, and like just be on it all day long and just like dominating. And I could just imagine people like traveling from all over the world coming to Disney World just to get their ass kicked.
That is
It's Disney World. It's not Pokemon World.
Yeah, it's Disney World, biz, Florida.
this Disney World bitch.
Well, did you know about Lavender Town?
No.
So
No.
you tell.
Lavender Town, people
Victor
would play
Camera.
people would play Pokemon Lavender Town. It's like a place you can go in Pokemon. And once you go to it, some kids started going crazy and committing. They were offing themselves after hearing it. And then you got the Pokemon movie. Now, I'm not sure how if that's a true story or not, but it was out there. But what was true was during the Pokemon movie, kids were like, I think, dying watching it. They were having seizures watching it. So it goes into like the MK Ultra lights in the Exorcist movie, the subliminal messages. People would watch The Exorcist and get sick because they were flashing the word pig and like all this subliminal stuff going on. And that stuff was going on with Pokemon.
That's not kosher.
It's not kosher at all.
Pig.
But
That
you know
was a
who
big
is
thing.
kosher? BLP
There's a whole
kosher.
Simpsons episode about the flashing in Pokemon and the banned episode. I think the playing the game, the Lavender Town thing, I think that was a creepypasta. There was a few of the ones that were like about games that really just like there was an Animal Crossing one that really creeped me out where I wouldn't play Animal Crossing for like 2 years. It's like,
Are you serious? Animal
Yeah.
Crossing was doing that?
yeah.
Were other people reporting on this, or was just something that you went through playing the game?
No, it was like a creepypasta, like, you know, those weird fan fictions like a few
Oh,
years ago.
mhm.
Well, I say a few years, and it was like 10 years ago probably, but yeah.
Yeah. Somebody said that Paranoid American needs to protect his collection, and I'm like, he lives in Florida. Our
I don't
laws
wanna
are
start
different
flashing, but just-
around here.
In less
Sorry.
than 1 second from now, I could have 2 different protection devices in my hands immediately because we're in Florida here.
Yeah, we're allowed to stand our ground, even for
Yeah.
our Pokemon cards.
Come and
Long
take
as
And also they
Yeah,
look
our life is
fancy,
at
but I
risk.
don't think any of them are worth more than like $30. So
your Pokemon cards?
yeah, because it's not like a first edition Charizard or anything. It was like some newer version of it. But I was going crazy looking into ways to, put money into anything other than just putting it in a shoebox where it loses value. But yeah, like these guys right here, I don't even think it's really worth a whole lot. even though it's
Bro,
a PSA 10.
Bro, I remember when I got my first Charizard card, I was at Blockbuster. Shout out to Blockbuster. And I walking up with my friend. His name was Sam. And we walking up and I was going to buy it. But I'm always like, you go buy it first. And then he's like, no, you go first. And I was like, all right. And then when I went and bought it, I knew Charizard was in it. And now Charizard is a rare card to get in your Pokemon pack. It's a very like that don't happen. But I knew he was. I knew he was up in the pack. So I went outside to open it because I knew I was going to be so excited, and I didn't want anyone to see how excited I was over Pokemon because I always thought Pokemon was whack, and then I got into it, but I remembered what I used to think, so I didn't want anyone to know how excited I was about it. I go outside, I open it, and bam, right there, Charizard.
You punish yourself for wanting to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, big time.
You do.
Growing up, I did. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's why I'm all fucked up.
No, you're not. You're all right.
Aren't
You're
we
right.
all? You're
Don't
in the
say
right
that.
spot, my friend.
We're
That's how
gonna.
you become a juggalo.
That's how we got good.
That's why I became a juggalo.
Yeah.
One of the things that I'd like to start doing for the Secret Society of Good Guys, and I'm sure Thomas is like the perfect person for me to just say this aloud. Wouldn't it be awesome if we made our own pogs?
Oh, I love Pogs.
Dude.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I had an idea for a
What is a
film
pog?
about Pogs. Pogs is like the OG gangsta shit right there. Excuse my language. We're speaking about Pogs and Pokemon. Pogs are little circles that you have a slammer and you slam it and then they flip over and then your friends steal them from you and then you got to go into their crib and steal all they Pogs.
But the slammer,
How they got us addicted to gambling.
Yeah.
Because
I
you would.
always want to make a film about the guy who created Pogs and how like he made all this money off Pogs and he's just this huge rock star.
It was made off bottle
These
caps.
things.
Yeah.
My brother and sister were
What
like
were they for?
big into pogs, but me and my friends were all into marbles. We'd do the same with, we'd gamble with marbles.
I like kungis. The little
I-
things that you played with the
So
hand.
there's somebody that made a system of divination through Pogs.
Oh, I want to know how to do
Tell
it.
me about this.
And I've only seen it and heard talk about it. I've never actually done it or played it, but I know it exists.
Dude,
And
I'm
I'm trying to think of
not to give it
what.
away, but I'm totally got something like that. It's been in the works for like a year now. But like all the art's done. I'm just waiting to raise the money to actually get them
Thomas,
all done up.
Thomas.
I think that you are like the sinking Titanic.
They're
Everybody doesn't
trying to
want you to talk
destroy
about
your
the
Pogs
Pogs.
campaign.
Yeah, the Pogs campaign is being destroyed, and so they're flooding your room. What happened to it? The audio.
Oh, did my audio go away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That again.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So-
Sounds like a bunch of slammers are flipping the.
That sounded like V.
Oh yeah.
Like that's how an alien talks.
The aliens.
That noise that you made.
It was like that.
Oh, I can't do
You had
that.
a walk-in
What's your
moment?
favorite? Like what, enemy mine?
That is exactly what I was thinking of in my head. Enemy mine.
Do you
Yeah,
guys remember Congies? The game?
No, what's Congies?
Oh my god. It's like there's like little pebble thingies with like rocks in them and there's like 5 of them and you have to like throw them in the air and like catch first you catch one and then you have to grab the rest from the floor. It's a whole game that like went viral for like so many years. Congies.
Dang.
So many of those games though that
never-
we're talking about, they're all gambling. Like even marbles was gambling because you're stealing your buddy's things, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
and jacks.
it was
Jacks
pretty
It's
key.
almost like
gambling.
jacks, but it's
Like
different.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
and dreidel is gambling.
Uh-huh.
Like all these games are
Yeah,
gambling.
Dreidel. Oh,
Where'd you go? We made him disappear.
no, that's cool. I'll be back.
Thought you were big.
I'll
You couldn't
be
be.
back.
You got abducted at 3:33, my friend.
Oh, shit.
Whoa.
Oh, there he is.
Illuminati confirmed.
I got Dreidels on deck.
I'm gonna just
Oh,
show a few
wow.
of these. Do I sound okay, or is it?
Whoa,
hard
is that a
still?
pog?
No, that's good.
It's awesome. Yeah.
These are
That's a
a
pog?
few. So these are
Oh my God, this is
angel
great.
caps, and these will be ways that you can summon a bunch of different. Like these are legitimate too. I've been working with
Solomon
an
seals.
occultist named Night
Dude.
Growler. Shout out to Night Growler on these. But I've got angel
Are these
caps.
like
and
Solomon seals?
yes,
Wait.
and I'm also working on a whole bunch that come from the Ars Goetia, the 72 demons of Solomon. So I'm gonna have demon caps, so that like you can, I don't know, maybe use pogs to summon angels and demons. So I've been working on this for a while.
Well,
Wow,
There's
dude.
people who do that.
it seems, yeah, it's like
Huh.
dice.
Uh-huh.
And that's why they would
people do that.
also roll bones and throw bones. It's like dominoes.
And
Like it's,
Why is why
these
is
demons should be bowing down to you. If you know how to use your energy, you're not supposed to show fear when you conjure either the angels or demons, because it'll show you're not worthy of even facing them with fear. So when you're getting into this type of stuff, you better be ready what you're getting yourself into, because yeah, it's some serious shit.
Well,
If
I'm not
you're
using them. I'm just gonna
Oh,
pedal
I
them
know,
and
I
show
know,
'em to
I know,
kids.
I know.
That's
I'm
my
just
point.
saying. I'm
Especially
saying
going with the
angels or
disclaimer.
angels
Summon
or
your
demons.
inner Sam and Dean Winchester.
I was
I've
watching.
got a whole theme song and everything, but yeah, it's like, you know, like if you use these demon caps, you might actually, and there's going to be a disclaimer exactly like we are not responsible if demons inherit your home and soul and body and kill your parents.
I would.
Listen, you know what's
watching
funny?
that
Put that on the
movie.
demon, not on
it's
me.
just, yeah, it seems like the same as movies and shit.
Well,
Like you're
a lot
Go
of
on.
that symbology that you have on those caps are in the technologies. Like it's etched in all these different symbols that we don't realize, that's etched in our technology with gold and platinum.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, our circuit board looks a lot like those.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
all sigils
all
inside
circuit
our
boards.
technology devices
And then
that
all
we use.
the liquid crystal display.
And the melanin that
I had
they
this
use to
Pretty good
create some
crap.
of this technology, just
And
to
I was
add.
in this like whole tunnel, but I was seeing everything and it was all sigils. Like the coding is in sigils. It's not like numbers that we think. So I was like, it was weird. It was like I was seeing the coding of everything.
Have you seen the
It was-
movie Stargate?
I have seen the Stargate like a long, long time ago.
You should watch it again. It's one of those
But everything
movies
is
that I took
black
in the
with
last
gold
year of
sigils.
my life. And I was like blown away how, like, I had seen the movie 1,000 times before, but now knowing everything I know, like something is real about. Sometimes you just see those movies or those things and you're like, something's real about this. I don't know what to put my finger on, but the truth is resonating so high out of this thing, and there's just sigils all over the walls.
Records
Okay.
too.
I
Records
think,
are
I'm so glad you
full
the
said
of
that.
coding of this realm, this, simulation, it's all in these sigils.
Yeah,
Have
and
you guys-
records also engraved, all those engravings of the music tones, they're all in different symbols. There's like, and they say that a lot of the music industry, when they record the master, it's done on that kind of record, and it's like I guess they call on spirits to do their magic through whoever owns records.
That's true.
Yeah,
That is true.
there's like a
Zeppelin. Each person has a symbol sigil. If you notice on that represents each of the band members, and they have talked about that.
Oh my gosh. Do you think
have
the
you guys-
Friends is all runes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like it's actually like, not all the letters make the runes, but the Friends letters
There is
do.
a F,
Oh,
there is an
interesting.
R. Yep.
They are.
Yep.
Well, each
Yes.
one, according
Holy
to Mary
shit.
Hall, he's got
It's like Freya and sorry, that's a dig for later on.
Have you guys ever seen the language of? Here's a nerdy ass shit. Maybe somebody in the crowd, as nerdy as we are, somebody's got to know this. There is a language in.
What's this wee shit? You got a turd in your pocket? I'm just kidding. Go on.
You guys know the language in Doctor Who? There's an alien language of the not alien, is of the
Shining?
the Time Lords. and it's in
Oh,
circles.
Doctor Who.
And you can, like, there was a little thing where you could encode your name, but in the idea of it, like one of them represents a time and one of them represents a space, and there are all these circles like going in and out of each other, and they look like ruins. It's like a language. So
Interesting.
you can tell where things are in a, like, almost interdimensionally, because this is the idea anyway.
It reminds me of that movie with the pods, the alien. I keep forgetting the name of that movie where the girl,
Arrival.
yeah,
Another
Arrival.
aliens one.
and
I
the
always
circle.
forget that too. It's like for some reason it's a blackout in my brain. I
The
can
name,
never
I know.
remember the name of that
Like,
effing
the
movie.
circle thing.
Yeah, the
That's how I just get
octopus
the movie.
writing
Yeah.
in oil. People are like, "What are you talking
Whenever
about?"
whenever you guys do this too, I always think of Cocoon.
Oh, Cocoon was so good. I need to
I
rewatch
love
that one.
Cocoon.
What's that?
It's so bad. No, it
Ew.
does not hold up. It's
Oh,
pretty
this-
bad. Acting's terrible.
Solomon
These are
Fields.
Manly P.
I still love it.
Hall, like in the Secret Teachings.
Yeah, dude.
And they
Looks
they
like
kinda-
that.
Yeah, so these are for each planet or ley line. Each part section of the world is connected to a planet. And these are the sigils for it. Maybe that's how the Led Zeppelin stuff looks for. And these are antennas. So it's like an antenna to each planet. So each part of the world, each ley line is connected to a certain plasma demon, deity, angel, whatever it is. And I just thought what you're talking about reminded me of that. And this isn't from this book, The Demon in the Ecker, which is Dr. Joseph P. Farrell, Oxford scholar. And it's about if plasma is alive and if the Great Pyramid is a bioacoustic bioweapon, and the ley line that the Great Pyramid's on is right in the middle of the ley line of the Earth where it lays. So it's an oscillator, like a harmonic sound, like a frequency. Speaking of music, have you seen the Napoleon movie, the new Napoleon movie?
No.
Homeboy's riding up on a horse and he got two people behind him playing the drums. And it's just like the same thing as like a teenager with the subwoofers in the back of the car driving.
Oh, yeah.
So you got back in the day, they'd be riding horses, and the subwoofers back in the day were the.
But you know what I'm thinking of with that? I'm here.
What's up?
I'm seeing what's it called? Where he's got the freaking coconut shells. Right?
Yeah, Monty Python.
Oh,
Yeah, Monty
yeah.
Python. Like I totally went to Monty Python.
Yeah, but like you were talking about the fear, and there's something about music that gets rid of the fear. Like you get ready for war with the drums. So
Mhm.
like a marching band before a football game.
Yeah,
be
it does
playing
make you
that,
feel
like,
brave and
pumped up.
courageous and pumped. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you
Yeah,
really
because-
want to like get out of the fear and get into the state of the zone, it's playing the music from when you were a kid, and you will know what song it is because it'll put a smile on your face.
Yeah.
That's what Michael Jordan would do before his games.
Well, because music is such magic. Like just even in the gym, like I have certain songs that I can lift to. Like when I'm doing my top heavy set, like I'm gonna listen to certain, probably like there's like 5 or 6 songs that I'm gonna listen to.
Yeah.
Like
And then you
when I'm
had-
doing cardio, I cannot listen to my lifting music when I do cardio. Cardio has to be very specific. It has to be upbeat because I hate cardio. So it has to be like very positive messages. Like it's
Have
so
you ever
weird.
heard that song by MIA? Playing on a paper knife, swinging like us. I
love that song.
Paper
Oh,
plane.
paper planes.
Planes.
Yeah. And then you know
Perfect
you have
drumming song.
your
Fly like
playlist that you
paper,
play
get
with
high
your
like
friends.
planes. When you catch me on the corner. Sorry.
You have
That's a
like
perfect cardio
Clap.
song.
you have that playlist that you have for friends, and then people who come into
Nobody
your car,
move,
and then
nobody
you have your
move.
playlist
I
that
would
you.
edit it with Easy E. I'm sorry, Layla.
No, it's okay.
Nimrod made me do it.
Shout out Summer.
Yeah, go
Shout
on.
out to Green Day.
But yeah, you have that playlist where you play with your friends, but then you have that
Mhm.
special playlist that when you're alone in the car and then that you don't
Do you
want
have it
anyone
like
to
an
know.
playlist and like
I have like
when
that
you're in a dark mood, like you have
that
dark mood
that
music?
soul
Or,
singing, you just want to cry. Not really
Mhm.
cry, but like, just like sing your heart out music. And if people hear it, they're like, what the fuck? You actually like listen to this? Like, yeah, I have that playlist.
It's
When
that
you
secret
start
playlist.
crying.
I mix them all
I don't
together.
ever listen to this.
I love Enya.
I
got your
think mine
gangsta
on there is
tunes?
you ever heard of Ganja Sufi?
Huh.
So Ganja
If that-
Sufi is like this one artist that I love, but I've never found anyone else that likes Ganja Sufi music. So it's one of those albums that like when I'm by
Ganja
myself,
Sufi.
I'll crank it, but if it's on and anyone else is around, they're like, "What is that? Turn that off."
I think I know what you're talking about. Is it like tribally?
He's like a Rasta folk rap kind
Okay.
of mix.
Yeah.
He looks like his hair might smell.
I
Yeah.
always kind of like those bands. Like,
He looks like he might be stink. When Donut was talking about like the antennas and the everything else that was going on with the stars, how they thought we were all attached to the stars, it was reminding me of the thing on the dam again, and it's like the
Cherubim.
well, look at the Thuban. It has two
Oh, yeah.
antennas coming up from the pyramid, and then one of them is attached to this star that they used to think was the pole star. See it going over? So here's the
Yeah.
representation of that star.
Great
So look at
find.
these two antennas coming up from it.
Right,
Huh.
right. Wow. Yeah,
You know,
those antennas are from
I noticed that too. I was like, what's up with that?
those are from the secret teachings of all ages. So like this is Venus right here, and each sigil has the antenna right there for each planet. So that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
Also, antennas are known to also create lightning. That's why a lot of these antennas are put onto these buildings nowadays. is to
right, right.
create lightning so they can absorb it as well.
That's
So it's pretty
interesting.
yeah. And if you notice, there's like a path line for this fucking star. Excuse my French, but there's a path line. And I wonder if you continue following this path line, does it connect somewhere else on this whole projected
Well,
image?
when I was looking up Thuban,
Mhm.
just randomly, it kept pulling up when it lines with Saturn. So then all of a sudden we get all this representation again about Saturn and the Cupids and the tearing the wings off, and you get all this time mix again.
Interesting.
Where that seems to be some big thing. So it makes me wonder if all their symbology is always showing Saturn and Mercury. Is there a time that Saturn and Mercury are aligned that is the representation of this painting that we all see, that it's like, here's Kronos, you guys. So is there a time where Thuban is like between them or aligned with them? Because this was the pole star. If it wasn't the North Pole, if they always saw something different as their true North Star, then Thuban is definitely something that maybe we need to look into more if they're going to etch it into their 27,000 year calendar.
Right.
That's so interesting.
Oh my God, listen to this. Around 47,000 years ago, when the Egyptians were building the pyramids, and they discovered when they started lining up the Thuban with the pyramids, 47,000 years ago.
Of
Magic
course, it's
47.
47. It's always
Mhm.
47.
I'm trying to find out when it'll line up now so I can find if there's any special.
And you're saying that on the 47-minute, look, 3:47.
Are you looking for the blue Kachina?
What?
No, Thuban.
The blue
there's any
Kachina
connection.
and the red Kachina. What about if the red Kachina is the North Pole as we know it now, and the blue Kachina was the pole star then? So what about if it's something with Thuban and whatever the red star, red and blue? Because we always get this red and blue that they always want to show us over and again, whether it's boxing or politics or
Mhm.
The
even
pills.
pole, like magnetic. Yeah.
I
well,
wonder
even
if it's like close to Andromeda, because when you look at Andromeda in the sky, it flashes red and blue, like almost like there's cops somewhere way out there.
yeah, this is the red and blue, the Kachina, and a thing with the if we're gonna talk about the Kachina and the Hopi, you can't without talking about underground ant people that speak a language that is a light language that is only true to them. So that's super interesting too. Do you guys believe in a light language?
What's that?
Yeah.
Um,
Like
What is it?
Language can be
I
transferred
believe
through.
in a chakra language.
I think they're actually proving that now that they can transfer information through a light wave. So, yeah.
Like, what if instead of speaking in tongues, like some sort of light language was the actual thing? So then being able to understand a light language, you would be able to download like an Enoch amount of information in a quick
Right.
amount of time.
Right. And that's what happens sometimes. That's kind of that Kundalini
You're talking about like a light,
or
like a
having
light.
downloads.
I mean, we're talking fiber that's what fiber optics are.
I wouldn't, but
An
my
optic
daughter
emitter.
does all this weird
Sure.
scribbling
Well, they can,
all the time, and
choose-
she can write actual words. Oh,
Oh,
we
say
do it
hi,
through
Donut.
lasers. We do it through lasers all the time.
Oh yeah,
Oh, wow.
That's your daughter. She write that.
she writes light language.
Oh my god. Okay. When will Thuban be aligned with the pyramids again? After moving nearly 47 degrees
What?
off the pole by 10,000 AD, Thuban will gradually move back toward the North Celestial Pole in 20,346 AD.
We're gonna come up on that 47th president too.
That's what it's saying. Wikipedia is telling me this. That's all I'm telling you.
What?
Wiki,
Tell
wiki,
me
wiki.
again this.
West.
Okay. Where'd it go? Fuck. Oh my god, where'd it go?
Okay, here's a weird thing, and I don't even know if this happens in the sky, but could in the 47 of it all and I always look at the Pythagorean theorem, I always stare at it and I always look at the squares. But just now I'm like, does something make this the triangle where something's here, here, and here?
I saw this Disney video that was like connected to the pentagram.
I found it. Did you want me to read it again?
Yeah.
Okay. After moving nearly 47 degrees off the pole by 10,000 AD, Thuban will gradually move back toward the North Celestial Pole in 20,346 AD. It will again be the pole star, that year reaching a maximum declination of 88 degrees, 43, 17.3 at right ascension, 19 hours, 8 minutes, and 54.17 seconds on Wikipedia.
So it's like wherever it gets here. See how it's like here almost when they build the pyramids? I wonder if it's here right now. And this is the alignment date.
That's wild.
This is so wild.
Can you s-
Thuban.
The 47 of it all, like twice. 434. Shout out
Thuban.
434.
You're gonna look into the
Damn.
and find out all of this stuff that it's going to be like the parallel that the dam is on. Everything's going to be 47.
The machine elves.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe Thuban is Draco.
Mm-hmm.
That is mind blowing, because also we were talking about like the water bearer. So if you think of a water bearer, that is a dam if it isn't anything else. So then you have that Draco is the dragon or the serpent, but it
Light
used to
bearer.
be Ursa Major.
Hmm.
Like it used to be a part. I'm trying to pull up. I'm like, where did I have that? I have so many screens open right now.
So maybe this idea of in this book, the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, they talk about each age having two, I guess, watchers. So maybe at each age they have two new watchers, or maybe two new stars that are the watchers of this realm that become the North Star and a bearer. Maybe.
A water
Chaney, can I
bearer.
share my screen?
Of
real quick?
course. And it's also interesting to me, water bearer, because that would be a time that I would almost think like a great flood.
Can you see that?
Oh, the
Yeah.
47 owl.
Hear
Who?
The
Who?
47 on the owl.
Who is that? Is Gwen?
We call owls hooty. Hooty.
Do they call them boobo in that part of the world? Because isn't that the ancient word for them?
Who?
Boobos.
Oh, I don't know. We call them hooty.
And here, this here. Hear that one. I saw 33.
I see Michael Jordan, 23.
Anyway, that's a 47 of all. How do I unshare?
47.
The 47 of it all. Well, yeah, maybe at the 4-hour mark. Maybe we should all listen to Abby's trainer.
I gotta go to bed, y'all. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Good night.
It's getting late.
We need to talk more about dreams.
Oh, we're leaving at 4
Okay.
at the 4-hour mark. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll leave at the 4-hour
I
mark.
like that. I like that.
So, is it okay if I ditch out
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 minutes early? All right.
Good night,
Good
Tabby.
Sing the song in the emo
Wow.
voice.
Cause tonight
'Cause
will
tonight-
be the night that I shall fall for you over again. No, I can't do that part.
That was good.
That was
You
all
get
right.
better.
We're gonna get copyright hit for that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
totally gonna
yeah,
get
you're
us
totally-
pulled down.
When
Way
I
too
cry,
good.
I sound all right. You know, when I'm in the car, I sound great. Like no one watches me, no one can hear me, no nerves, and I'm singing my
Singing in the
heart
car
out.
is the best, is it not?
Yeah, it really is. Ugh.
Singing in the shower, way better than singing in the car.
Nah,
I like the car because I
like the
feel like
car.
the shower's not private enough.
Yeah. The car
Oh,
is like
I
my
sound
safe.
good, so I don't care. I'm fine.
Oh, you like the acoustic as well. Well, I used to always sound good before my voice got a little bit deeper.
That's why I don't exercise, just to keep my voice good.
Well, I like my butt to look good.
I
so
know,
that's why
I know,
Hell yeah.
I know.
Love ya. Good night.
Love
Bye,
you
baby.
back.
Well, night.
Night.
I should, before we get off, I should probably apologize. I don't want to lead on the guys of Crash, the idea that the guys in Crash Worship burnt down the DPC, because some of those people probably know people that I know. So I'm just saying, Crash Worship, you almost burned me with that stupid pantyhose on your head, and it freaked me out. And don't burn stuff down in a punk rock club. Anyway.
I already forgot about that, but now I feel like they're totally gonna.
I know. I feel like I'm going to get contacted or something. I'm
Now?
like, shit, man. That guy's going to look me up. And
He's
I'm
gonna
like,
come burn your house down now, dude.
I know, right? With a pantyhose on his head. Come on. I wanna
All
see
you
what
have to
look like
do
now.
is have a pantyhose on your head and
Right.
match the energy, and
Right.
there will be a mutual respect.
Be like, oh, yeah, bro.
Oh,
You're a
That's how
yeah.
it's done.
pantyhead. It'll be a new cult we'll start.
I don't like pantyhose on my head.
Nope.
Me and my brother used
I'm
to
not
do
doing
that
that.
shit. Like it was. I remember that used to be
Funny as
so
shit.
fucking funny.
I think we should just come on one
Oh my
day.
gosh, that should
and just
totally be an
fucking do
episode.
it. Yeah.
Pantyhose head
What's the purpose of pantyhose?
to rob a bank. Oh,
Isn't that like the real purpose?
you
Like,
mean
what is
not
what
I
does it
like
do?
how they make the legs look.
It's like leggings, sort of.
it
Yeah, but
pulls
like-
your Have
a
you ever been to
fetish.
Hooters?
I have been to Hooters. Yes.
Yeah.
It pulls all of the skin to where it needs to be and gives this illusion, like makeup, that everything is all like nice. I think here
Oh,
I'm gonna
is that
pull
what
up.
Spanx do? Is Spanx like the updated version of
Yes,
the
Yeah,
kind of.
nose?
squeeze everything in, like, and shape it.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shapewear.
Okay. So that's what that's for. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And I think
Not all
that
the time, because you have your thigh highs, so like
I don't
kinda
think
give
that
that
ladies
sexy look.
wear pantyhose as much as they used to.
Yeah.
I think that was like a 70s, 80s thing or something.
Yeah.
Like, or maybe 60s, 70s, 80s.
90s, we had the knee highs, the whole Britney with the schoolgirl fucking thing. And then, they got a little higher with a little lace,
The when are the thongs coming back out of the pants?
Look
Yeah.
at have you guys I always think of, like, with pantyhose, it always makes me think of Dolly Parton. Like,
Dolly
I
Parton.
just yeah, I just think
She was
she
part of the ritual this year for 2023
I
with
think
Miley Cyrus.
I think of the lamp on that Christmas movie
Oh, yeah, that's
with the light.
that's fishnets, though. That's
So,
specific.
it
Look
was
at
the
how this pantyhose is on her and how she has it on her belly
Oh, see, I would never notice that.
where?
in the center. That is all pantyhose.
Oh, wow.
And see, it's like pantyhose on her legs, and then it's pantyhose on her belly, and then that's really her skin. But then there's some outfits that she wears that it's like this is all pantyhose. All through here is pantyhose, all up here. Even her gloves, she has gloves on with nails on them, you guys.
Oh, even over
Whoa.
the cleavage, it's not. That's not
Yeah.
her skin.
None of that is skin. None of
Oh,
that is
wow.
skin.
Wow.
Are we
And
saying that Dolly Parton is a reptilian? Because that's what I'm getting out of this.
Yeah,
she's
it's like
been
a
dead for
Joe
years and
Biden
there's a
mask.
I'm saying that
mask?
Dolly Parton,
Body
like
mask.
Dolly the sheep, is probably not real. Like look
Wow.
at that lady. Is the same lady, or is that like somebody playing Dolly Parton? But this is the other thing too. These people are worth so much money because everybody would be like, why would you fake it? Because these people are worth so much money. You could send this imposter out on tour and make hundreds of millions of dollars a year. It's like she's worth more alive still. Like eventually she might be worth more dead, and then she won't be here anymore. But look at those hands.
You think
And I think she could become a different person behind here. And then when she takes this wig off and takes the gloves off and takes the thing, she's not that. We would never recognize her like Elvis. She walks right out of the
No.
casino. And I also have heard a rumor that she is tatted like a motherfucker. Like I've heard she's tatted
Oh,
like a
really?
full bodysuit tat. And so she's hid
Oh
it
my
her whole
God.
entire career.
Oh,
Interesting.
wow.
Wouldn't that be interesting? These people that have all these crazy double lives.
Like if
They
she
do.
Like we're finding out. I mean, just
she's
like
a Kuza. What's that?
theorize with me.
They're all
Like
body
if
counts.
She's
some-
Japanese
so-
secret, or what is that, a Kuza?
Yeah.
Where they
So
tattoo their whole
say-
I
body.
think so, yeah. Yeah.
Dolly Parton
So go on
Kuza is a
with it.
t-shirt. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's Yakuza. I can just hear it was one of the guys from Big Trouble in Little China coming up, but it's Dolly Parton
Yeah,
um,
amazing.
with her nail.
Katana
But she's all
wins.
tatted up. Shit, what was I talking about? We were talking about before.
I
that?
wish we had, if we had $1 for every time we said shit, what was I talking about tonight? Every single one of us.
Oh, what were?
You know what I realized of this thing
Yakuza
though?
attack.
Like, look at how this is.
Donut.
I really like the one that said, "What up?"
What
Those
up,
are cool.
donut?
Donut.
Donuts were fun to play with this week.
I can't believe I lost that thread, man. It was good. It sounded good in my head. You know that idea? You're like, oh shit, I should say this, and the conversation just keeps going, and we start talking about something else, and you're like,
Divine.
Fuck.
It's
I need to start
divine.
taking notes, man.
Yeah.
Pythagorean theorem, Hoover
It'll come
Dam,
out when
aliens,
ready.
You're like, hey,
reptilians, bodysuits, full
you're like,
tattoos.
ponder
Sure.
with me on this idea. You said.
It'll be there somewhere.
You said ponder with me on this
Ah,
idea.
there it is. Ding. Thank you. Okay, so say that the Hoover Dam is this simulation generator. Like all this, it has all there's like pyramids or whatever built underneath that water is cooling that supercomputer built in this pyramid underneath the Hoover Dam, and something warlike or a wartime seeming event blows up the Hoover Dam and the illusion goes away. Like everybody's illusions drop. And like everybody has to get honest with themselves. Like everybody sees their own bullshit that they're putting out.
I've been thinking about this a lot lately, about certain cities, the way that they're developed. Like everyone has an illusion of America, for example, that America is this, like you grow up here, you have this illusion of how great America is, but then you go travel and you realize, oh man, it's turning into a third world country in a sense. Or I live in Scottsdale, that there's like an illusion here that it's a fancy place, or Beverly Hills, but then
Yeah.
like something's
There are
holding
fancy
the
parts of
reality
Scottsdale, yeah.
together.
Right.
I will
Like,
say
that
though,
gets crushed somehow. Like Florida, right? It's like, yo, we in Florida, yeah. But what if something crushes the reality of where we're really at? Or like I'm in Vegas and it's so cool here and powerful, all the mafia here, it's awesome, whatever, but then like the illusion gets crushed of, yo, this ain't awesome. We're in the middle of a desert. Oh
I don't know.
shit, what was I saying?
I
I had to pet my cat.
I
man.
see as America as a great country for the idea of if you really want to do something, whatever it is that you want to do or be, you can be that. I like that idea about America, but that's the American dream that I grew up on. And yes, I am thankful for this country because it allowed me to like truly be me and truly
America.
make the choice of where I am at today in my life. So God bless America, baby. Fucking
America. Yeah,
fucking
no,
A.
I wasn't trying to talk.
Yeah,
crap.
I know.
I'm
Yeah,
very all about
because Albania is nice.
Constitution, capitalism.
Albania is nice. Don't get me wrong. Like, going to other countries. But would I really like to grow up there? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I like the insane culture that we kind of live in, because you kind of go through this trauma that makes you aware at the same time in a different sense. Like, yeah, they call us crazy Americans, you fucking crazy. Yeah, we're crazy, but we're crazy enough and we're ballsy enough to say what we want to say, and some of y'all countries can't even do that.
Yeah, that's why I like to stay here. I
Uh-huh.
mean,
Well, we still code things. I mean, for society, we say things that we mean in.
What's the comparable country?
to
Yeah,
America,
what would
That's
be
a good
Yeah.
question. Yeah.
like
good?
I don't know. I feel like
Besides England.
No. Take even England. How many
Yeah.
people are in England? Take the best things that are in England.
America has got a constitution. No other place all throughout history is like America. All throughout history, we've been ruled by kings and queens, and the idea of protecting that this has never existed in the history of the world. That's why it only lasted a couple years. Because we're under an illusion of freedom, but really we have liberty, which is the dad giving the key to the kid. Yo, you can go drive, but you don't have freedom to take it. You got the liberty in a sense. So it's
Honestly,
like,
I made a post about this the other day about freedom.
I saw
don't-
that.
I don't think people are truly free. Not even the elite if they're going by a script that has been given to them, even by whatever you want to call it, maybe divine, maybe the Satan, if they are going by some kind of entity, nobody's actually free because they're going under a script and they're doing what they need to do. So technically, they're not free and they're not going by free will. They're making choices, yeah, but they're going under a script. And then the chain of command follows. And then here we are on the bottom, kind of still, questioning these things that we should be questioning, but it's still part of like that whole system, I think. No? Of like
What
thinking that
about
we're
if
free,
the
but we're really not.
poorer you are, the freer you are? What about if you're actually a slave to your possessions and titles?
Mhm. Attachment. It's about attachment.
I always wonder
Detachment.
what, you know how like the saying is like you can't take stuff with you, or like it's not like whoever dies with the most stuff doesn't win. What if it's the exact opposite of that? Because that's what like all these rich and elites do, is right, they just keep amassing more and more material goods. What if they found the answer, and the answer really is like whoever collects the most cool shit gets to go to heaven, or gets to go to like the cool heaven after you die, and everything else, all of like the meek shall inherit the earth and everything, is just a big psyop to get us to be happy with like moving up to heaven with like no possessions, and we have to go and join communism in heaven.
And that's what it kind of seems like, because it doesn't matter how much you show up at the gate with. If you were Ted Bundy or you were just an average run-of-the-mill gay, as long as you pray before you go and mean it, then you're fine. You get the
Well, that's
same
very
seat.
Catholic. That's the Catholic take from
You
my
get the same
understanding.
seat. Well, it seems like a lot of the Christian takes, a lot of the Christian sect takes is you can pray at the end, and then as long as Jesus Christ is your savior, then you can go and get the same seat as a nun or a grandma that did everything right her whole life. Like Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy got saved. All these you always hear about them, the cannibals, and they get saved on their like death row.
But what did Jesus die for if Ted Bundy can't kill a bunch of people?
That's
like
what I probably everything happens for a reason.
I was told to drink the Lamb of Christ today. Yeah, today. The blood of Christ. Yes, someone was telling me to drink the blood of Christ, and then I need Jesus in
what
my
kind
life.
of BAC we talking here?
And you said only if I'm in a rugby soccer team and I crash into the mountains.
I was triggering some people with my ideas of what this realm could be, and they're like, honey, you need to, the lamb. He mentioned the lamb and drink the blood of Christ, and you need Jesus because the shit you're saying is so blasphemous. How dare you? It's like, what the fuck? Okay. Everything's blasphemy.
Really? Have you read your Bible?
Everything is a blasphemy.
Define blasphemy. Define blasphemy.
Oh my God.
I think there's something up with non-attachment, going back to collecting everything, right? You got the power elites, they got the commonwealth. That's why they're in control, because they have the alloidial title where they own all the land. We don't own any land because we don't have alloidial title. So we got to pay the property taxes. So we don't own anything, and we'll be happy about it too. But the whole philosophy that's pretty Zen is letting go of attachments, because we're attached to so many things, but letting go of everything I found is very freeing, not just in possessions of things that I have, like books or whatever, like owning that, but just everything, letting go of everything.
Emotionally.
I want to do that so bad. I just want to let go of everything.
That's why I like hermit mode, and that's why I don't like going out anymore. I'm finding more and more, the more I'm with myself, the more I'm falling in love with my aloneness with myself and being by myself with my thoughts, and like being sober, celibate, just keeping my mind right, I guess. Yeah, it's hard. It gets fucking hard, but I think it's healthy to kind of like break away from all of that and just to get a bigger picture, and then your awareness like heightens, and you can see like through people, you can feel what people are thinking about you. In a sense, it's like you become superhuman in a way.
I feel like detachment doesn't work for everyone though, because I think it's an easier thing said when you're not a mother.
Yes.
I think it only
Yes.
so I think the spiritual idea, when people always think that the most point of enlightenment is a detachment, I think that they probably aren't a mom. And I
Parent.
know there's a lot of great dads in the world. I don't think, no matter how much and not that there isn't shit moms, there is a different connection with something that grows inside your womb than something, and not that there aren't great moms that have adopted kids that love them to their core, but I think there is a connection to something that grows inside your womb that nobody else can understand.
Yeah.
Nobody else can get it. A dad, an adopted mom, best aunt in the whole world, a lesbian lover who raised the kid from the beginning. If the kid didn't grow in your womb, there's something you don't understand about the magic of it, and you can't detach from it.
Do you
Yeah.
think that there's crappy wombs out there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like
And
just
also-
like a days in womb?
Oh
Well,
yeah.
I think it's crappy with, I guess, you and your alchemical. I guess people have to connect and attract. Like, I guess blood has a thing to do with it. Hormones, pheromones, it all plays into it. So if something's not meshing well, because girls actually have physical reactions if they're not with the right person, their skin breaks out, they become like ugly, like everything changes about them. Like, it depends on who they're with. If it's a soul sucker or the energy is just not there. Like,
Do you think that happens with guys too?
yeah, absolutely.
You're like
Yeah.
but that's like a known thing that if you're with somebody like that, why would you?
Your body rejects it in a sense and is showing you and it's giving you signs, but you're not aware of it. It's a thing. It's a real thing.
Right. No, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Mhm.
I know.
Sorry, am I the only one who knows who Tom Bodette
I'm
is?
pulling it up right now.
Andy, I'm talking about.
I don't know who that is.
This is private chat. I shouldn't be reacting to
Mm, somebody wrote,
making private jokes.
"Who's this?" Tom.
Bodette.
And then that you did it again, Gordy, like the same way as you talked about the punk rock guys who lit the thing on fire. You said, then you're like, this is a private chat. I shouldn't be reacting to it. No one would have known even your reaction of the thing.
Wait, but who is this though?
Who was Tom Bodette?
Tom Bodette. He used to do the. Doesn't he do the Motel 6 commercials? I'm Tom Bodette.
I have no idea.
I didn't know Motel 6 made commercials.
When he was young, he almost died in an accident involving an electric utility cable in a considerable height. I don't know. Maybe he'll keep the light on for you.
Andy, why did that come up? The womb of Tom Bodette.
Your mic's off.
What? We can't hear you.
Oh, the mute is
The
on
mute is
fire.
on fire. The mute.
Oh yeah, shout out the Bloodhound Gang. Remember them?
Yes.
Let was it? Let the motherfucker.
And they did
burn.
do it like
Burn,
animals or
motherfucker.
something.
Burn.
Discovery Channel.
Oh right, that
We
was
do it on Discovery Channel.
They also did
Oh.
You're Pretty When I'm Drunk.
We ain't nothing but mammals.
Do what?
Let's do it
You're
like
Pretty When I'm Drunk.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I don't remember that.
It's a great song. Yeah, it's funny.
Oh. Yeah,
Oh, no.
Andy's sound's not working.
Andy's
She might
gonna-
have to go out and then. She
Oh,
might have to do the go
we'll have
out
to-
and then. But I feel like we should probably wrap it up anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. Right.
Yeah, it's getting late anyway. So, Donut, do you have anything to plug this week?
Yeah, donut.
Oh, no, put it back up.
Andy,
No, it's
thanks for
fine.
coming.
What holes are you plugging?
Good to see you.
No, I'll put it back.
Oh, the holes.
No, I got nothing.
No. Anyone else? Thomas, you have anything fun going on this week?
I do. Someone was asking in the comments if I got any Chaos Twins. Well, we got all 3 of the Chaos Twins. And anyone here, there we go. And anyone that got the signed ones, we're just waiting on Sam to coordinate and come to Orlando and sign them, maybe do some shows. But if you got unsigned versions, they're already in the mail. They should all, I'm pretty sure they're almost all in the mail
Oh, say hi,
as of
Layla.
today. That's our extra. That's our Layla variant cover. But yeah, these ones, and then if anyone still wants to get some, you can still get a copy of the main cover at chaostwins.com. And then the way that Indiegogo's been working is that after two, like if you were to say get it today, Indiegogo holds the money for 2 weeks and then releases it, so then you get it after that. Pretty soon, as soon as all the signed copies are sent out, I'm going to transition all the books to paranoidamerican.com, and then you can get them way quicker because no one holds the money, and I'll just send them
Thomas,
directly out.
You're the true mastermind behind this, the creative aspect and the design and all of the magic that goes behind the Chaos Twins, right?
Yeah, this one started out and was basically Sam had a vision and he knew like what he wanted to happen and what characters might be in it. But then the rest was just like have at it. And my favorite analogy sometimes is like if you were to hire a private chef to come to your house, right? Usually you also stock the pantry a little bit. Like you don't expect them to bring 100% of everything. So it's like if you bring a personal chef over to your house, you're like, here's my pantry, here's my kitchen, I'll be outside, let me know when there's something good cooked. That's kind of what I do, I think, you know, and I might bring a sous chef with me. So
okay. Love your work. I love it. So
somebody said Sam's my boy. If they don't know, Sam swung by our ball drop for the New Year's Eve episode. Shout out. So if you haven't seen that
was a great
you
episode.
can check out that. It was super fun.
I was sick for 2 weeks straight, and so on New Year's I'm like all alone, sick, and I got to tune into the show, and it was great because I feel like I was hanging out, you know.
Nice.
Oh,
that
that's
was
rad.
a great show for me.
That's rad.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Anything else going on, Thomas? You have shows coming up?
But yeah, a bunch. I can't remember what they are or when they are, but I've got like I uploaded like 8 episodes today to Rumble and YouTube and everything, and they'll be coming out for a bunch of stuff. There was a really cool one I was doing with Jay Dreamers, where we might be working on like an Oregon Trail video game clone about the plasma apocalypse. That one could be cool.
That's awesome. That's a really great idea.
And also check out
that game with plasma, like they're all in the old days, but all the
it's exactly it. It's Oregon Trail, but plasma apocalypse instead of Oregon Trail. And then right before we started here, I had an interview with the Q shaman, not QAnon shaman. It's the same guy, but he doesn't like QAnon shaman. That one was great. And then yesterday I had we aired 2 different episodes that were like 2 hours each, so like almost 5 hours of content talking about Heidi Love, who left Mormonism but made it all the way up to like the heights of the temple. And it's incredible because after she left, she started doing research for the first time into occultism and Freemasonry and John D. Enochian magic, and started putting all these things together. Like, hold on a second. Like, I know all this before because I was taught this in the temple. So
that was a wild
incredible to like go in and be like, well, I've known about the occult stuff, but I don't know anything about Mormonism. So it's been a really cool series so far. And I think it's called Fixing Mormonism, because we're gonna be setting out to like correct it and make a better Mormonism at some point.
Now, is the second episode out of that?
It is already out. You can go to my channel right now and watch the other one. And that one's got Jacob Isbell, who's also like knows a lot about Mormonism. I don't know if they're trying to convert me, but I'm along for the ride.
Well, you don't want to hear my thoughts on soaking.
Like, we know knocking on his door.
Wait. What is soaking? Is it like when
soaking? Is that what they do that over? I know what it is.
Apparently, it's not legit. I brought that up, and it's not a legit practice. Like, if you're doing that, you might as well just like go all out, because there's no one in the high ups that'll be like, "Oh yeah, soaking, yeah, that's fine." Like, it's
wait. What is soaking?
Very hip. I know what it is.
What is it?
Soaking is it's incorrect, but it's basically the concept is that if you want to have intercourse with your girlfriend and you're not married and you're a Mormon, that you just kind of like, I'd say stuff the turkey with the stuffing, and then both people just sit there, nobody moves, but then you got like your buddy that comes in and he'll like jump on the bed or like move the bed around so that you could tell Jesus, like, we weren't doing nothing. Like, Donut's the one that was jumping on the bed and made all this.
Well, and you're
ruckus.
not allowed to get hard. You have to have a soft, flaccid dick. So you can't get hard inside of her either. So you just have to have a soft dick and just soak it. Just soak it.
I mean, dude, just Mormons on coke.
Hey,
Bam.
what's wrong with a
So
little
problem
soak?
solved.
I was thinking something totally different. But
Well,
What
that's
were
what
you
You know, when I was sick, I really enjoyed watching the New Year's stream, and I watched that Paranoid, both of the podcasts he's talking about. There's this show though I also watch called The Detroiters, and it's hilarious. It's so funny, and I've never heard of it, but I found it. It was
it's
good.
a show or a podcast?
It's a show. It's
Uh-huh.
on Paramount Plus, I believe.
Okay.
But you know that one guy who's like screams on the Netflix show that's like in all the memes, and he's like, "I'm doing something," and he goes through the drive-through. No.
I
okay.
also think polygamy isn't a bad idea.
Nope.
If it's
seen
not
it.
like if it's not forced upon you, I don't think polygamy, like one husband and a bunch of wives, is a bad idea.
One husband and a bunch of wives.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. If I'm the first wife.
That's
Well, they all have they get delegated, right? So there's like one that's like the bang wife, and there's one that's like the keep all the other wives in line wife, and
That's
there's
me.
like the child rearing wife.
I would be the wife manager. And so I'd just be like, oh, he's so stressed right now. Like you'd be in the man cave and all the other wives would be nagging and the kids and they'd need money. And I'd be like, no one can go in there. Tell me what you need. And then I'd go in.
I don't know. I could be 7 different women for 7 different days and like call it 7 different wives and put 7 different wigs on. I don't think I could share my man with somebody. I don't think I could do that.
Yeah, but they're trying to have like 30, 40 kids, and you
Yeah.
can't role play your way into having 30 or 40.
And I don't, the whole thing after you have enough, you think you don't want this, but let's say you're the third wife. Like another wife, like I'm like, Thomas, I'm a cold fish. I'm a dead fuck. You have to get the second wife is going to be all your wife. And if you ever look at the first wife of these Mormon men, she looks like a lesbian. She
Yeah.
looks like she made a plan. She always has that like feathered Princess Diana hair, but it's just like timeless through generations where it's like, what? Is she Diane Sawyer? But then if you were like the third wife, you'd be like, oh my gosh, okay, I love this. I can have as many kids as I want. He loves me. I know he's not sleeping with her. And I know he's not sleeping with the second one anymore. So he's just hooking up with me. Essentially, he's my man. But eventually you have like 4 kids, 5 kids. And then you're like, we need to get another wife up in here. I need help with these kids. And I don't want to have any more kids. I want to come and play with the adults because you guys take trips and you guys are in the man cave and you guys get to
too
watch
much
movies.
work, man.
I'm always with the kids. And so then we're like, welcome to the dark side. And then we'll be like, how about we get 2 new wives?
How about you just get married and not have kids and just have lots of cats? And just save the cats.
That doesn't work the same.
Yeah, it does.
That sounds like a nightmare.
No, it sounds like a great life. Just travel the world, maybe have like 3 cats and take
No.
them with you and like,
3
fucking
big cats.
go to the pyramids
like
and
jaguars.
say, hey, kitties, look
Have
at
a
the
whole
fucking
bunch of pussy
pyramids.
pussies.
Yeah.
Oh,
What the hell? I would love that. Are you kidding me? Ugh.
Donut, do you have anything to plug before we fly out?
I don't know. I don't think so. I've been
The way you
sick.
worded it.
I've been sick, so like I'm back in the world. I got a lot of work to catch up on. I'll be doing some live streams on my channel and getting back into the swing of things.
Woo,
yeah,
welcome back.
If you swing down to Tucson, let me know, man. I saw you were in Nogi.
In Nogi?
Weren't you in Mexico?
I was in Mexico. Yeah, shout out to Mexico.
Yeah.
I was in Cabo San
Nogi.
Lucas in the
Oh, we were in
peninsula.
Cabo.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they were so nice
You went
out
all the way
there.
down there.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
All the
When I was
donuts.
a kid, we used to camp down on
Them
the beach
cartels
out there.
really hold
We
it
used to just drive
down out there. Everything felt very
Yeah.
safe.
keeps it.
They kept it all
The
locked
mafia
down.
keeps it
Everybody,
safe.
like I went out there, and another guy I podcast with lives out there, and he's like, "Yo, I lived out here 9 years and never been in one confrontation."
Wow.
And here in America, every time I leave my house, I'm in a confrontation. At Walgreens, or
Yeah.
do they got Walgreens over in Florida?
Hell yeah, they got Walgreens.
Heck yeah, we got Walgreens.
I've been yelled at Walgreens. So
We
many
got
times.
Walgreens, we got CVS. We don't got no Eckerd anymore.
We
though.
called it
Eckerd's
Build the
out.
Walgreens.
Build the Walgreens. I did a music video. I'm dropping a music video. I shot out in Mexico at a barber shop. It was awesome.
Oh, I can't wait.
Paranoid seen it.
It's
I've seen a clip of your, I guess, outside of a barbershop with a bunch of dudes, right?
Yeah, all the dudes, all the Mexicans up in there, and then they were breakdancing. It was a hip hop barbershop, so it was tight. And then Be Real was painted in the background, and that's my dad.
You look so much like Be Real.
Yes.
It's insane. You should go and We Don't Smoke the Same.
Yeah, I forget how I always want to do the rap. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, like his weird voice.
Go down, you better be ready.
Donut can rap.
Yeah, I can rap.
Oh shit.
Yes.
All right, you guys.
I'm the best rapper.
I love you. Thank you guys for hanging out with us and listening.
Thanks, Donut. Thank
Y'all
you.
You're
awesome.
the best
Thank you
audience
all.
in the world, and thanks, Donut, for
Thanks,
coming.
Andy.
Okay, bye
Thanks,
bye.
This is what we do now. Constantly explore the view of possibilities, come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where those bigger mistakes, entertaining, calming linguists, good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies, intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Which is where the mischief making, it's okay to change your thinking, good guys.
in the rivers, out in the seas, masters of the deep, dolphin mysteries. Bottlenose freaks, short beaks in the night, humpback shadows, pygmies out of sight. All the dolphins, you know it's true, rolling deep in the ocean blue. Stripes and spots, they rule the tide. Water dogs of the deep, they don't hide. In the river's grip, seas endless bounty, ruling the waves, dolphin Illuminati. Praised by Romans, gods to the Greeks, underwater rulers, the power peaks. In ocean depths, their counts to 6. Dolphins in the dark, never calling it quits. Striped and spotted in the sea's domain. Aquatic dogs in their own insane lane. Through rivers they ride, seas they roam. In the ocean depths, they make their home.
Well, I talk about insanity, which is what's going on in your mind, and outside, which is where you communicate with us outside. As you know, if you give too much of your insanity, they'll lock you up. I tried giving as much as I could. They locked me up. They published it, paid me.
Illuminati, deep in the deep they creep. It's that dolphin. Illuminati, in the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that dolphin. Illuminati, it's that dolphin. Illuminati.